Begin this journey. Okay, turn on Descript. You good, man? Okay. Everything we need? Yes, we're good. Okay, we're gonna call this today, this segment, What is Life? Very, very fitting. Okay. The volume just one notch. And here we go. So, a lot of people would pause and think if someone asked them, what is life? How do you even answer that question? Where do you begin? What do you say? What do you think? What do you feel? Can you even answer it? Wouldn't everyone have a different response to that? If we think that we all have experienced different things, it gets to a point where such a question almost seems pointless, because isn't it all relative? Isn't it all just based on what we've seen, what we've heard, what we've felt, what we've experienced? So if that's true, then is it even worth pursuing such a question? Is it even worth investigating such a topic? What if that's exactly what they want you to think? And they could be anyone. They make it personal for you. It just has to make sense. But what if they want you to not pursue understanding? Why wouldn't we want to understand where we came from, who we are, why we do the things that we do, why the world operates the way it has, why money was invented and created and implemented in every single thing, why certain industries and products and topics are built the way they are. You as a child or teenager can see through certain flaws in organizational issues, and yet it seems like all the adults and the elders can't. And then you wonder if there's something wrong with you, and you're told to sit down and be quiet. What if there was never anything wrong with you? What if you just didn't get indoctrinated? What if you were spared or protected, or somehow you were bred to be immune to it, and they are just completely brainwashed and mind controlled, and they're just puppets? Or what if they know exactly what they're doing? What if they know exactly what they're doing? We tend to hope for the best in people, in events, and situations, and I think that's the way to go. There's nothing wrong with optimism. There's nothing wrong with hoping for the best. But when it starts leading to perhaps not looking at what's actually going on in the world, because we just rather continue believing that everything we were taught and told since the day we were born could never possibly be wrong. Yet I ask you, how many things in your life have you changed your mind about? It could be anything. It could be about a movie. It could be about a game. It could be about a show. It could be about a certain food item. Did you hear from someone or something, a magazine, a cartoon, a friend, that, hey, X thing is not good? Hey, this new Game of Thrones series, show or season, it's just not good. Like, it's just, yeah, you shouldn't watch it, man. And I'm like, okay, sure. I guess it's not good. And then you ask them, wait, have you watched it? He's like, oh, no, I didn't watch it. I'm like, wait, what? Why are you telling me it's not good then? He's like, oh, because I read that it's not good. Every time that has happened to me in my life, I have frozen. I have truly, it's almost felt like someone stabbed me. Someone punched me and like knocked the wind out of my sails. It's terrifying because you think about, as someone who learned all the manipulation tactics and studied psychology for years, every single day, you know exactly what's happening. And you just see that the majority of people aren't aware of it and aren't awake to it. And it's terrifying, my friends. It's terrifying because you truly chose not to experience something because you didn't experience it yourself. And I think that's the key, right? Like, you have to investigate it yourself. You don't have to jump into spikes to know that it's going to hurt, but you need to feel spikes to know that, right? And I think we understand how we feel to certain things. Like right now, I'm just thinking about like even good or bad things that have been manipulated in my mind by both dark and light. And it's very clear to me now. And it's just honestly frustrating because you've hurt yourself, you become traumatized about certain things, and yet it was so clear all along that it was always just negative. It wasn't good for you. But anyway, that's another topic for another time. But it goes to show you the power of influence and nudges. So someone can literally make you believe something that's not true. Someone can literally make you believe that something's bad that's not bad. When are we going to finally wake up and realize that darkness is everywhere? That why would a new product or a new movie or a new book that's released immediately be hate or brigaded against, hated on, suppressed, told, don't check this out, guys? Truly think about it. And you're like, well, what if it's actually truly bad? I'm like, well, what if everyone just now goes into it thinking that it's bad? Because that's their preconceived notion. Now they have something that's literally freaking notifications. Notifications are the devil, guys. Turn them off if you can. Absolutely. Just turn them off. They're a distraction. They're a problem. They're literally just meant and created to throw you off. So just exactly what happened right now. What if literally someone is trying to manipulate you? Make you do something that you weren't planning to do. Make you believe something that you weren't planning to believe. Do you see, like, if I tell you that something's not good, and now you go into it thinking that it's not good, you might not ever try it. So a group of people, let's say, let's talk about it personally, but let's talk about even just maybe anyone online on social media or YouTube or something like that. They're talking about a message. They're talking about certain truths or ideas that the powers that be just don't want to be released because it would inconvenience them. So what do? They can literally say, well, anyone who talks about XYZ topic clearly has mental health issues, clearly has a problem. I ask you, so what if these people who are talking about these things or who developed a new movie or a new show or new something like that, even if it's not that good, like let's say the art is off, it's they hired an artist or the artist volunteered and it's their first project that they've ever done. They're good at art, but they're nowhere near the master, right? They're progressing, they're learning. So instead of people being like, wow, this is their first attempt at creating a game, a movie, a book, this is amazing. For their first attempt, I haven't even created one ever. I wouldn't even know where to start. So the fact that they built something is truly impressive. And honestly, even though the art I see mistakes, but I can't do better, but I see room for improvement. So I'm sure they do too. The story, the music, the emotion that it invokes in you is absolutely divine and powerful. and everyone should experience this. But if you can overlook that the art needs a little bit of work, it's a great product. It's a great experience. But that doesn't happen almost ever. Do you guys realize the power of reviews and fake reviews and manipulation? You can get people to completely avoid information or a good experience because you know that if they learn it and understand it, your self-interest will be defeated. Do we understand how insane that is? That's the game of life. Too many people are navigating life, and we're going to talk about different theories and why each one is not only probable but actual. But too many people are navigating blind with their fingers in their ears, eyes closed, nose plugged, and that's okay if you're trying to avoid signs and influences, sure. But when you're operating your entire life like that, you're literally walking into traps. Once you understand what's happening and why it's happening, then the second question I have for you is, okay, so now you know what's going on. I can understand it being challenging to embrace it and explore it. But if you can start connecting some dots, start looking at your past and thinking about, wait a minute. Wait a minute. When I was at that company, or when those friends or that girl, like, wait a minute. And you can start getting that. All of a sudden things start clicking. You're like, there's no way. There's no way. Wait. Oh my gosh. Well, that led to this, and that caused my insecurity. And the moment you have that feeling, that moment of awakening where it all just clicks, you will never be able to see the world again in the same light. Now, could that cause you inner turmoil? Absolutely. Because it makes you realize that 99% of the things that you've lived and encountered and experienced have been a lie. Doesn't mean that they haven't happened, but too many people think that they just happen, or it's because I put in the work, or it's because I did this. There are things unseen and seen, both spiritual and physical, that are literally manipulating every single thing. And the sooner you come to accept that and just stop accepting them telling you, force feeding down your throat so that you shut up and you shut up everyone else. Imagine how easy it is to be a villain in today's world. You literally have the sheep, the followers, defend them and justify them. They can do anything they want, every bad thing. And yes, you can think about Trump, literally. I'm not afraid to say it. Like, think about it. He has his entire followers, his entire army, Putin, all of them. They can do whatever they want and people will literally defend them. Think about how sad that is. But think about how amazing that is for them. So I ask you, why are you okay defending and justifying their terrible behaviors? When are you finally going to say, hold on, that just doesn't make sense? Normal people don't do that. It's time to wake up. It's time to understand what life actually is. And it begins by actually looking at the end first. We're going to talk about journey's end. Drink lots of water, guys. Truly. Drink as much water as you can. Even if you think we're a robot, our robot uses fuel, and that fuel is water. Okay, so journey's end. For each person, this is going to be an individual thing. So for some people, finishing the journey might be defeating the demon king, the dark god, the dark one. That's my battle, right? Like, I'm fighting something higher. I'm fighting all the exploitative, corrupt people that are on top of the ladder. Every single one of them is going to be taken down. Every single one of them. If they don't change their ways, we're welcoming them into our circle of peace, into love, and we're trying to teach them how to be better, because if they understand that they are the way they are, because something literally influenced them and controlled them their entire life, I think most of them are going to be like, wait, I'm amazing. I have pride, I have ego. I'm powerful. I'm smart. I'm better than this. I'm not going to let something control me. You kidding me? You mean I'm literally something's pawn? No, I'm in charge of my own life. I think the majority of people who've climbed the ladder and who have achieved success in the current system and game would 100% take pride in, or would get offended if they knew that everything that's happened to them and every accomplishment that they've achieved and where they are right now and what they're doing, exploiting other people, has been literally given to them intentionally because they knew that they were vulnerable to be controlled. Just got to put a little carrot on the stick, just got to cause a little insecurity in them when they're young, and then just keep reinforcing and reinforcing and reinforcing so that they desire control and they desire power and they desire money, and then boom. Now, of course, you can say that they knew they were identified as someone capable, intelligent, strong, great willpower to do these crazy and evil dark deeds. So I just want you to know that all these people I admire and respect so much, but the sad thing is that they chose a path that was forced on them, almost impossible to resist. But imagine what they could do for the world. What good could they accomplish if we finally healed them, we finally woke them up, we finally brought them to the light? They could create an incredible world with us. And that's what I'm looking to achieve. But I want to make it clear, if they choose not to, we will not hesitate to bring them down. So, journey's end. For some people, like I said, it could be victory after you defeated your final boss, whatever it is. For some people, it could be finally changing, you're moving away from your hometown. It could be, hey, most of you, this is going to apply for most of you, this is going to be your example. The majority of you are stuck as slaves, working in a human ranch, aka a corporation, which is just meant to drain your energy, take all your time, make sure that you can never actually fully recover, make sure that you can never pursue passions, make sure that you can never help the overall world, and instead exclusively focus on them. Also, that, again, the dark one, the entity that is unseen, that has been literally puppeteering everything, can just get your energy because it loves it, life energy. So think of it like this. For you, it would be if you quit your job, or you took like a 3-week vacation, or you just took a extended unpaid leave, which is what I was talking about yesterday, which is the arc play, which we all need to figure out over the next few days and decide to do an intentional shelter in place out of love, not out of fear. And this time we stay inside and we try our hardest not to spend a single cent for as long as possible collectively as a human race. We don't engage with the systems of the game that are outside. We stay as long as possible inside, and the only time we go out is for necessities. For example, if you really have to, and the way you exercise is you go on a jog in the morning, okay, do so, but be quick about it. Try to pay attention, or try to ignore outside noise, because there's going to be a lot of things that are going to try to get your attention and cause problems. But we could cause some major shifts in the world and lead to a lot of healing if everyone spent 40 days and 40 nights without engaging with the system, without engaging with money, and just took time to not only heal themselves, but heal their family and their loved ones around them. So it's exciting. It's an exciting prospect, and that's what the world is being pushed to for many reasons. But I want you to think about it as if you did that step, whatever it is, but you finally decided, no more, I'm not going to be stuck in this toxic job. I'm going to leave. A lot is going to change. You're finally going to be free. You're going to have a lot of time. You know, for me, it might be like, okay, I finally accomplished my mission. Now what? In fantasy, think of it like in Star Wars. They finally defeated Emperor Palpatine, the Sith. They're defeated, and now it's like, okay, and they have a celebration, they have a party, and then it's like, well, now what? You might be lost. You might be lost. Too many people don't want to think about the end, right? I mean, too many people think about the reward, right? So they think about the victory, they might get rewarded, they think about the money. It's not about that. Don't even think about that, right? We're talking about the post-victory, the post-celebration, the feeling, the sensation, well, now what? Hey, I have ultimate freedom. What do I do? First of all, relax. Take a deep breath. Pause. We need to go with the flow. Think of life as a river. Think of like we are all little water droplets in a big ocean. But we just keep flowing along. And there's a lot that we can do to change the path of even the overall world narrative. But we have to go with the flow. So after our journeys end, whatever happened, whatever chapter finished, or whatever book closed, a new book starts. But here's the thing. You have to view this next book as completely blank. Now, that's why most people will get lost, because for their entire life, they've had a blueprint, they've had an outline, they've had someone telling them, well, this is what you need to do. You need to go work after you're 18 for X amount of years. You need to save up this amount of money. You need to buy a house. You need to get married. You need to have a dog. You need to, and are any of those things inherently bad? Absolutely not. But now there is no outline. Now there is no expectation. There is no requirement. You get to decide. So, hey, you know what? For me, the more I think about it, the more I talk about it, I'd actually be interested in taking on an apprentice. Maybe something of that nature. Maybe create a school. Maybe, you see what I'm saying? Like, there's a lot of options that I am already creating the school as we're talking. So I just want people to point out, there's a million paths that you can take. But what do you choose? What do you do? We focus so much on that, and it's just start walking. Just start walking. Start appreciating new areas, new people, explore. I'd even encourage you, return back to your hometown, or return back to one of the points of origin, the beginning of your journey, and almost like re-explore your path. So, for example, I lived in 6 different countries. So, I'd go to Germany, I'd go to Jamaica, I'd go to Ecuador, I'd go to Guatemala, I'd go to different states in the US. And I'm like, whoa. Like, first of all, this place is completely different than I remembered it as, or it could be worse or it could be better. But it's almost like you're retracing your steps, but as a completely different person. So that would be a suggestion for a lot of people. You're not going there to live there permanently, but you're going there to almost slap some sense into you, be like, hey, you could come back here and live here and retire here, and that's perfect. There's nothing wrong with that. But also, is that really the correct play for you? Think about how far you've come, how much you've grown. For me, like going to that small Bavarian village in Germany, close to Munich, but just remember, like, if you go back there, will it ever be the same? It'd be challenging to reintegrate yourself. Think about that as a soldier coming back from a successful victory in a war. They've seen so many things. They've experienced so much dark. They know of a world that the majority of us just don't know. It changes everything. Being able to re-explore and see the signs, and there's something beautiful about that. But most importantly, I want people to understand that learning new hobbies, trying new things, I encouraged people yesterday, and I'm going to do it again today. I believe the majority of people, if not everyone, I would say 99% of people, if they had the correct person teaching them, would end up absolutely loving and adoring video games. I'll be that person for you. I promise, I would bet my entire life, everyone I know's life, everything, that I could get anyone on board and make it fun for them and get them, honestly, I don't want to say addicted because that's dark, but I could get them very, very, very into video games. It's all about how you present it. It's all about how you teach it. It's all about how you show it. And that's where we're going to really get into, hopefully tonight, I can cover all of it, but get into progression, because once you understand progression and how to ease yourself into something new, you can learn anything and you can appreciate anything. Just remember, though, even as we're going into a new world and everything's going to change, hold those memories dear in your heart. Don't forget them. But new things are going to happen. It's a new opportunity. View it as this change, this big step, you quitting, you doing a new battle, you crossing a bridge, you entering a new world. It's not something to fear. It's an opportunity. Truly, there's limitless freedom. And now knowing that we're going to be finally breaking free from the Dark One's clutches, where we're getting nudged and influenced and controlled, every single thought, every single decision is not 100% ours. As you start breaking free and you start healing, you start understanding, and you get mental clarity, it still will try, but there are periods then during your day where it's just quiet. I think the majority of you would be absolutely astounded and shocked how incredible and amazing that feels. And then when you do get a nudge, you know it's a light nudge. And they're just saying like, hey, don't forget to do this. You don't have to, but don't forget. And you're like, thank you. That's the life that we can live. And that's the life that we will live. So just don't waste your life, okay? There's a lot that's going to be happening. Embrace it. Embrace it. Feel the love. Everything you know is about to change. So let's talk about, I know I talked a little about teaching, about school, and that's essentially what I'm doing right now. Obviously, there's a lot of pieces that would have to be built, and I'm not worried about that yet. Who knows what's going to happen in 2 days? Everything can change. So that's why I just want people to understand that the most important thing you can do is just start walking. So, for example, a lot of people hesitate because they don't believe that they actually have valuable information to share, or I'm like, I have nothing to teach. I'm not that good at this. What if it's actually not that you have nothing to teach, but it's just you don't understand and haven't learned yet the strategies or techniques on how to pass down information? It's a skill. It's not something that everyone has innate, but it can be learned and it can be improved. And even then, just as we're going to cover roles and people have specific strengths and purposes in their life, perhaps you're not meant to teach it. Perhaps you're meant to be the one who gathers the information, who presents the information to the teacher, and the teacher absorbs it, synthesizes it, makes it new, and then presents it to other people. You see how we all have a purpose in the grand design, but when so many people think that they have to do everything, and sure, that can be a lofty goal. There's nothing wrong with that. Hey, I want to become a better teacher. Go for it. But understand what your role was, what you were built for, what you were meant for, what you were created for, and embrace that, because not only will you be happier when you are fulfilling that role, when you're exercising that talent, you heal, you get stronger, truly, your shield, your health, everything recovers, which means that you're protected from the Dark One. You're protected from the outside influences. You're protected from anyone physical as well. Exploitative behavior, see ya. So for me, like, for example, I know someone that gives me that information, helps me with a lot of information, can synthesize things for me, because I'm not someone who enjoys reading a 700-page book. Not because I don't enjoy reading, but it's because of the time commitment behind it. There's so much that I'm trying to accomplish in one day, and I have to be very selective. I know everyone values time, but it's just truly, you have to be very selective. If I can get the gist of it, the key points, and then I can take those and be inspired by them and make it my own, just from someone's summaries or a few quotes, I don't need to read the 700-page book. Now, eventually, sure, I would love to, but that's going to come down the road when my journey looks very different, maybe at journey's end. So presenting information could be extremely valuable. As you can see, like, if you present it to a teacher or someone who knows how to synthesize it, that can understand it, it's extremely valuable. But what if you just present it in general? So you don't know how to teach, you're insecure, you're nervous about sharing what you have, your role, your expertise. So what I'd recommend is just try it. Just do it. Write it, record it for yourself, anything. Just start practicing, and you'll get a few attempts in. You don't even have to release it right away. But the people who understand it, the people who it was meant for, will be able to absorb information from it regardless of how it was presented. Now, I do encourage you to try your best to make it understandable, but communicate the way you communicate. So if you use a lot of commas and you curse while you're writing, go for it. Put it in there. It's going to come out much better than if it's modified. It's not you. But I promise you, if you send me something right now, like a text or a piece of writing or an article, and there's good information there that will help me and I need, I will be able to decipher it and synthesize it, even if the person is not the best teacher. So again, don't worry so much about the how, just get it out there for now. It's super critical because you might actually have the key that unlocks the entire cage for everyone, and you don't think it's valuable. It could be the answer. That's the value of doing it together, of being a team. And I'm not literally reaching out to someone like, hey, do you want to be a team? Just by us releasing it, just by us putting it in the public, we're basically saying, not charging anything. Remember, that's the key. It has to be free. We're saying, I'm on team humanity, team light, team love, team peace, team hope, team one. We are one. So that's the key. Here's something to think about. Would you be able to parent or teach a kid that's not yours? Or would something get in the way of your ability to do so? So what if we think about every single human and person out there is essentially a child of ours? Wouldn't you want the best for your child? To protect them, make sure they're safe? If you know they're safe, that's okay. But still, you'd want to teach them. How can you teach them? We have to get information out there. So you learned lessons throughout your life. You had unique experiences in this fabricated, manipulated game that I'm going to talk about here shortly. If you found ways around some of the events, some of the attacks, some of the things that worked for you, you're like, well, whenever this happens, I just use this to protect myself. That's amazing. We need to share that, because that is how we as a collective can develop and create protections and shields. And it's not about keeping it for yourself so that you can climb the ladder, because guess what? If you're doing that, you're playing into the game of the dark one. We want to change that. Alrighty. Here's a question for everyone. And it's more so just something to think about as we continue the journey to enlightenment. It's not a race. It's a daily work in progress. And you'll catch yourself saying in the shower or when you're drinking coffee, you're like, what the heck? What have I become? Who am I? Like, what have I become? I'm learning lessons from everything. Like, a spoon falls and something happens. I'm like, oh, that's what, yeah. Be prepared, guys. It's a little bit overwhelming at first. I'll be honest. It can be overwhelming. You sometimes just want to pause your brain, and that's why we talked about yesterday focus tasks. Learning a new song, counting, doing math, something to just get you, doing this, get you focused so that you're not overwhelmed. But here's a question for enlightenment, and it's a good progress check to see where you're at. If I told you now that you're granted powers of creation and you are able to get one wish, and whatever you wish for will come true. Obviously, let's not even worry about the traps that the media and all those things put in place. And there is some truth to that, which is that be careful how it's worded, right? Because they can be misinterpreted, then it might not happen. But let's say you can make a wish. Would you choose a selfish desire? Let me rephrase that. It doesn't have to be selfish. I just meant, would you choose a desire for yourself? You earned it. Let's say you got this wish because you helped so many people. Truly, like, let's say you figured out the solution to cancer. The cure to cancer has been discovered. Before the end of the year, the cure to cancer will be discovered, as everyone spends 40 days and 40 nights in their arc coming up with it. So let's say you were the one who figured it out. Would you not say that that's a great thing, an incredible cure? I think most people would be okay rewarding that person. So if they had a wish, and let's say they went through a lot of problems during their journey to discovering it, and they wish for, hey, well, I wish for my daughter to be healthy again because she got sick or something. What do you guys think? Is that really so selfish? I mean, didn't they just save the world in some ways? How many people did they actually prevent from having issues, right? So is them asking for their kid being healthy and safe selfish? But what if instead you wished for something universal, something for every single human, something for just the world, for the world narrative, the universe, restoring it, bringing it back to love, bringing it back to peace, bringing it back to one unity, giving people hope, giving people light. And obviously it'd have to be rephrased correctly, but when you reach this a certain level of enlightenment, that question doesn't become challenging regardless of what has happened in your life, regardless of if you could use that, because you realize you actually don't need it. And I know that sounds awful for most people. They're like, you're heartless. How can you say that? It's your own child. But we come to understand that we are playing a different game. We're no longer playing the game of humanity at this point. We have reached another level. That's what enlightenment is. Think of it as like you're playing with the gods now, essentially. And does it really matter what Becky thinks about your shirt? Unfortunately, even when you reach that state, you still have to do certain things. Think of it as a mask. You have to keep up appearances just so that you can continue operating. But every day, as you get even more enlightened, as you get more courageous, and as you get more strength, and as the world is shifting and changing from the old world to version 3.0, the human limitations and necessities start vanishing day by day. And soon you realize, I don't even need this, I don't need that, I don't need that. And that's what enlightenment is, getting to that point where you can learn from anything. But also the question of what do you want to wish for? Something for yourself or something for the world is not even a question. It is no question. You just wish for the world. You wish for all, for the one united consciousness. Get us to the sixth dimension, right? You just become filled with love and hope and peace. And there's just nothing else, because you realize then that regardless of what happens to yourself, you get to enjoy it. You get to live it. You get to experience it. And just, even if it's your journey's end, now you have however much time, and who knows, like, lifespan and length of life and all of that is going to change dramatically as the world changes. Who knows what's going to happen? We don't know. That's the exciting part. It's a blank book. Everything that we know is being rewritten. Do you see how everything changes once you reach a certain state, once you awaken, once you start developing certain habits, once you start understanding certain realities of the world, the game? It's not something to be afraid of. It's actually something to be super excited about. It's liberating. It's freedom. And it truly is, even in your darkest, like, you can think about your darkest moments and thoughts and problems, and you're just like, I'm good. I'm good. So this leads me to events. Events. Let's get started. The fun stuff. So I want you to think about life as a series of events that can be triggered. Events are not always bad, but currently the majority of them, due to Earth being currently enslaved by a dark entity and its forces, that it's primarily dark. Now that's changing, right? We're literally being liberated as we speak. All the shackles are breaking. Actually, everyone is now free. Just so you know, just let's make it clear right now. Everyone, as of today and as of the past few days, has already been completely free. Themselves and their higher self and their higher entities are free. Now they're completely free to do what they want, to explore things, to investigate. That doesn't mean that you do it, right? Think of it like there's a cage. You're in a cage. You're a bird. The door has been unlocked. It's open. How many birds will still stay in their cage? They have food there. They have water there. They feel safe there. It doesn't mean that they're actually trapped. They're not. They choose to be. So I want to make that clear. Even though I talk about that the Dark One has enslaved us, technically we're not enslaved anymore. The problem is that it doesn't matter if that's the case or not. You have to believe it. You have to realize that, wait, you can just cross the bridge and enter a new world, a new reality, and everything's going to be okay. But until we get everyone to believe that and to understand that and realize that, then unfortunately we still are under its manipulations and effects. And just because I'm not doesn't mean that other people aren't. So once I start interacting with you, your reality, your negative, your openness to it will start affecting me. So that's why we need to that's why currently it's Operation Disclosure, Operation Exposure, Operation Education, to just start changing the masses' view, just waken everyone up and make them realize what is wrong with the world, what is broken, how things actually work. And it's going to be a lot for people, but that's what's happening right now. I want people to be very clear that that is what is happening. So if you have answers, if you have experiences, if you have interpretations, please share it with as many people as possible. It's no longer something to be ashamed of, that you might be into spirituality or that you believe certain things about the world or that you think that it's all manipulated and fabricated, because you're right. It's normalized now. You can talk about it anywhere. People will talk about it everywhere. Social media, in person, outside, with family, with friends. And if someone doesn't want to talk about it, that's fine. Find your people. The most important person is you. Talk about it with yourself. Talk about it out loud. Talk about it. Because that's one of the paths to you developing understanding. And also it helps your connection, your guides remember as well. Because they're trying to wake up and you're trying to wake up. So we'll get more into that. So events. Events are triggered at work or in life. And you would think of them like this. They try to affect you in some way. Now, so let's say you're ready. You've put in the work, you're ready for a girlfriend. And I know I talked about that the dark sometimes might actually send you one to try to bait you, in the sense that she'll take a lot of your time. She'll demand your focus. You'll be happy. But now it's also a potential in, especially if she's more dark leaning, where she can send dark nudges and negatively impact you, or maybe even cause you a trauma. So just be careful, right? But let's just say hypothetically in this example, it could be a light one, right? So it depends, but it's an event that affects you in some way. Now, pay attention to as you start climbing the ladder, think of it as the game of life. There's a ladder. And as you start understanding more, and as you start becoming more powerful, and as you start developing, you actually get more eyes on you. Not just physically humans. I truly mean unseen things. It's like we're each a warrior in a gladiator arena. And there's spectators watching us. If you're crushing it and figuring it out, and I don't mean literally like money-wise, on the contrary, there's more that goes into this. They're going to start watching you. So what if they are threatened by you now because of what you're doing and what you're capable of and what you understand? So here's how they can even affect you. They can affect the things that you love. Family, friends, pets, objects in your home that stop working all of a sudden. Pay attention to that. Your sports teams. Anyway, that's a really good reminder to try to distance yourself. Doesn't mean you can't appreciate things, can't love things, but the more things that you're attached to, the more things that you're at risk to. So if you love your Broncos, for example, and they lose, like they've been crushing it, all of a sudden, like let's say you figure things out. And I'm not trying to say that it's only you, right? But the more powerful you get, the more it's going to be targeted at you. So they might, we know he loves his Broncos, so we're literally we're going to start negatively nudging all the Bronco players. And you're like, what's going on? Like, how did they lose? Like, they just got completely destroyed, 48-0. You're like, what the heck? What? They've been dominating. It's because you made a great discovery. Now you're developing. They're going to try anything to keep you down. And literally, they have no hesitation targeting and affecting other people. They're like, we hate you, so we're going to start affecting those people that you love. And it's sad. So just be aware of that. Be prepared for that. The whole goal is to try to cause you stress, to try to cause you problems, to try to cause you disruptions in your life. The more you resist, and the more you become a person of interest, the more attacks. And they're going to try everything possible. Anything to get you down. The whole goal is to lower your shield, especially as you become stronger. Your shield is so fertilized, you have so much health, you know how to heal, you know how to recover, you know how to snap out of it. That's not good for them. They don't like that. They don't like that. So they're going to try every avenue, everything. They're like, well, hold on. We know that he likes his sports team, so nope, that didn't work either. Once you get to the point where you realize that 99% of things simply do not matter, say it with me. 99% of things do not matter. Amen. You become immune. It gets funny. You laugh. It just... You're like, really, guys? All of a sudden you're browsing something and it's like, pay attention. If there's something that seems like oddly specific and targeted at you, don't be scared about it. Laugh at it. Be like, wait a minute. What? Why would that pop up here? You know, at first it could be a little overwhelming. It almost seems like, how do they know? Why would they do this? Like, is someone watching me? You're like, yes, to all of those things. But when you realize, like, well, it does. Who cares about sports? Like, doesn't matter. It's fun. It's great. It's a distraction. You know, I'm looking forward to cheering on my team again, Bayern Munich. They're gonna crush it. Bayern Munich is gonna have the best recovery ever. All the players are going to heal. They're gonna heal mentally. They're gonna figure out how to be stars that they are, and they're gonna thrive like no other. But it might take them a while. It's not gonna be magic. They're gonna put in the work because they're awesome. You see, like, that's the game. So let's think about it at work, because for most people, this is what they're going to experience because they haven't reached person of interest status yet. And just so people understand, person of interest has nothing to do with your money or your celebrity status. On the contrary, pay attention to those, because the majority of those people, and we'll talk about this more here later, but the majority of those people are actually fully under the control of the dark. They've sold their soul. They have given up their say. Why do you think they can't really say anything? Why do you think they're so quiet? Because if they do, they lose their benefits. So imagine that you're at work. You work at a customer service place, and maybe it's about a driver's license and our passport. Let's say it's at the American embassy or consulate. You're trying to get an American passport. So a woman comes in, or you're working there. You're the one who's responsible deciding if they have enough paperwork to get the passport. A woman comes in, and she made a mistake. She forgot her paperwork. Her birth certificate was broken, so it just doesn't count because those are rules. And she was missing a second form of identification. So technically, she made a mistake. Could we, as an individual, find a way to help her or make a workaround? Sure. There's nothing wrong with that inherently. But, you know, we choose not to because we want to follow the rules and we want to be good. And she gets mad at you. She gets really mad at you because she drove an hour to come here. And she put in a lot of time to do this. I mean, just think about it. Like, she literally, it was like she was compelled to come here. But why would she forget? Like, if you're going to drive an hour to go down there, wouldn't you quadruple check that you have everything? It's like, think about it, like, before you go on a flight. Don't you make sure that you have your suitcase and you have your passport and you have your things? And you're not going to Home Alone stuff, are you? Oh my God, We forgot our son. What are we going to do? Pay attention to that, guys, especially if someone's telling you, like, you know how far I came for this, and they made a very simple mistake. That wasn't an accident. So she gets mad at you for rejecting her. So she starts demanding that the supervisor comes and helps and talks so she can talk to her. For some reason, the supervisor wouldn't be able to do anything regardless, right? Or maybe she might make an exception. But for some reason, your supervisor, who's usually always available and willing to help, is not available right now. She's like, no, nope, I can't do it. I can't do it. I won't do it. Now this lady takes out her phone and starts recording you and starting to yell at you and starting to insult you. And she's now causing chaos and havoc. You're like, oh my gosh, what's happening now? The other coworkers are getting stressed. Now they're getting worried. Now everyone's panicking. The security guard that's supposed to be working there and deal with these things is for some reason conveniently missing in action. Like, where is he? What is he doing? What is he on lunch break? Like, what is it? Like, people are trying to call him, people are trying to text him, he doesn't pick up. It's like, what the heck is happening? And then now you start getting stressed because they relied on you. Everyone's trusting you to solve it. You're the hero of the place, and you just can't. You're freaking out. I mean, for good reason. Someone's recording you. Someone's intentionally smearing you. Someone's insulting you. Did nothing wrong. You're not getting help from your boss. You're not getting help from the security. It seems like everything is going against you. So what happens? You get stressed, you get dark, you get down, even if you did nothing wrong. Like, imagine she's like, you hate people like me. You're evil. You're heartless. You're the problem. You're dark. You. Maybe they know that you have an insecurity. Somehow she knows that you have an insecurity about your teeth. Maybe they're brown or stained. And she's like, and you should stop drinking coffee. Your teeth are so ugly. And you're like, what the heck? Like, why? What's happening? She's like, also, your 4 eyes and your weird eyebrows and you're fat. And you're like, what is going on? Like, why is she targeting my insecurity? You don't understand what's happening. You're like, okay, clearly she's just hurt. But even if you are strong, it still is a blow. It's like, oh, it's like you just got a little injection. But of hurt, not of love. So what happens? Now, a Dementor, a Venus flytrap, a dark entity has spawned in that office building. She literally, think of it was the Trojan horse. She literally went there to cause problems, to hurt people's shield, to hurt people's health. If you ever have a customer that has shown up at your work when you were having a great day or you've been in a good spot and you just don't understand why they created so much chaos, even if it could have been solved and you tried to solve it, that was intentional, my friends. They were planted. They were nudged to go. And I'm not saying that literally they're an illusion. I'm just saying that they were literally not, like, they knew that they were in a bad spot. The system, the dark one, recognized that this person's in a bad spot. It's like, okay, perfect. We have the ultimate Trojan horse. So for some reason today, out of all days, she was encouraged to go down there. She could have waited to do it tomorrow, or she could have waited to do it a week from now. Maybe when she was happier in a better spot, but nope. Today, when she's in a pissed off mood, when she's feeling bad, and she's prone to making mistakes, and she's also encouraged to go quickly so that she does make mistakes, that's when she goes. Ask yourself why. Ask yourself that. Pay attention. Think about every single situation and example that you've lived in at work. They weren't coincidences. They were not accidents. Now that darkness is in that room, everyone is prone to being attacked. So basically think, all of a sudden while you're at work, now the rest of the day you have negative thoughts popping into your mind. You don't understand why. You're like, my teeth, maybe I should not drink as much coffee. I need to probably go on a diet. I feel like I've gained weight. You see, like, what one person can do? The sooner you accept that this is the reality of the world we live in, the sooner you can protect yourself. And think about it. They literally nudged the security guard to not be present there, to not stop it. They literally nudged the supervisor to not come in and help it so that it could, who was the target, right? Think about it. Someone was targeted there. There's a benefit that everyone else is going to get negatively impacted as well. More energy drain, more loosh. But there was a specific target. You know if it was you, especially if you were the one handling the event. That lady was what we call an event. If you were the one talking to her, that means you were the target. Pay attention to that. Now, what happens? You come home after having a terrible day. You never drink alcohol anymore, but for some reason now you feel compelled, because remember, now your shield is down. Now you have much more dark nudges going into your brain. Now you feel compelled to drink alcohol. What does alcohol do? It gives you a short burst of confidence, gives you a short immunity to the feelings of darkness, but really what it does is it actually lowers your shield more, it lowers your health more. And if they get it low enough, they can actually fully possess you. The lower it is, the more prone you are to actually dark nudges. Think about it. Every time you drink, you just open yourself up more to dark nudges. They bait you into believing you're confident. They give you some energy up front, but they're also taking from tomorrow. So basically, they're like, okay, here, you want energy? Yeah, we'll give you some. They're not giving it to you. They're just taking it from tomorrow. That's how it works. So all of a sudden now you start drinking and you're like, wait, what? Think about it. Every time you've had a bad day at work, how many people go to the bottle? How many people are like, oh man, I need a glass of wine. That is fabricated. That is not an accident. That is literally planned. It's all interconnected. It's all weaved together. Do you see now how this all works? They nudged the lady who was in a bad spot to literally create havoc. For some reason, the guard right then's like, oh man, I feel like I gotta poop. Man, I shouldn't have ate Taco Bell in the morning. I knew it was weird. It is all literally interconnected. Now, does that mean that something might go wrong? Yes. Maybe the security guard was going to eat Taco Bell, but right then he got a light nudge he got a text from his sister, and it's like, hey, can we talk really quick? And he didn't eat the Taco Bell. See how light can intervene to block the dark nudge? The dark wanted him to eat Taco Bell so that he would have diarrhea exactly when that lady was there. The sooner you can believe that all of this is possible, the sooner you see it. And yes, it's absolutely horrifying, but knowing that there are things that are helping us at the same time. Just why do we want to live in a world where we literally have to rely on help? Why not just we only get help and positive guidance and then we can make our own decisions? Why do we have to literally live our life looking over our shoulders, making sure we're not getting stabbed every second of the day? So I'm going to share a few more stories. I want you to think about, for anyone who ever has been assigned to work like on the weekend or pick up extra shifts out of nowhere, pay attention to that, because essentially what they're doing is they're giving you no time to recharge. They're giving you no time to recover. They claim it's random. There are no coincidences in this world. There are none. Now, can things get off track? Absolutely. Like, just to go back to that security guard example, if he decided he's like, I don't know, there's so much going on, I'm just going to run. The light didn't expect that, the dark didn't expect that. He literally disrupted the path. Think of it like everyone is literally calculated to reach from point A from point B at the exact time that they needed it. There's a little bit of variance and a little bit of leeway, but it's truly manipulated and fabricated to that extent. So they say it's random, but for some reason, they assign you the task that you hate the most, and you might have never told them. So let's say you don't like driving, and you're assigned to work this weekend, and you have to drive this huge monster truck equivalent. Like you're not already a comfortable driver, but you were assigned to drive. And you're like, why? Why am I assigned to what? Like, I'm good at everything else, and you guys want me to drive? Like, aren't there other people that actually enjoy? Isn't there some dude that's obsessed with cars that would gladly drive and knows everything about this truck and its engine and its exhaust and all that stuff? Why me? Have you ever felt that way? You're onto something. But remember, when you have no time to recharge or recover, now your shield or health never got brought back up. So if you're doing something that causes you fear or anxiety, driving, this big truck makes me feel bad, and your shield's low, guess what? Just like that, you're now open and prone to dark influences, and they can create a dark draining entity. Imagine now it's in the truck, and if you're with other people there, now they can get attacked too. You became literally the weapon. You know, there are tactics that we can use. There are tactics that we can use and to fight back. One of the I want to tell a story about personal stories. But let's start with the first one, which is how this happened to me. And I for some reason, because of who I am, I was always able to spot it and catch it. And I couldn't understand why certain things happened, but I knew something was off. I didn't understand the game yet, but I understood that there was something wrong here. So an example is my sister was visiting for Thanksgiving in Seattle. But she was just going to be there for a few days. It was going to be great. We were going to hang out. We were going to have a great time. I was excited to see her. I was excited to be with her. And I was the star sales rep. I was number one. I always overperformed. I literally carried the team a lot. And I was training and mentoring everyone and helping people become rock stars. And it was great. The team was thriving. But there was a supervisor who got completely destroyed by the system. She was promised the sales manager position. Truly, I know you shouldn't say that, but like, think about everyone, every boss, every director, every executive basically saying, you're going to get it. You're going to get it. You're going to get it. And then the rug is pulled from underneath you and you don't get it. Someone else got brought in from Florida and she got the position. And she just got completely destroyed. Literally, she became the manifestation of the Dark One itself. And I don't blame her, like, it's really, really hard to deal with if you're not super strong and you already have vulnerabilities. And just after that, there's other things that go into the story, but they're personal, so I'm not going to go into that. But essentially, she started doing negative behaviors that I just couldn't comprehend. So she literally booked me, knowing full well that my sister was coming, that on Thanksgiving and on Black Friday. Like, I would have to work those days. Like, basically, I would have to work a 12-hour shift at a mall on Thanksgiving and then like the morning of Black Friday or something like that. And I'm like, that's 2 of the 3 days that my sister's here. I was just like, are you kidding me? Like, what the? And first of all, like, why would you have me work that? Like, sure, I could get some good sales, but she's like, oh, it's because you're so good, like we need your sales. I'm like, that's bullshit. So how do you fight back against that? Because that was intentional, by the way. The sooner you realize that wasn't an accident, that was intentional. They realized that she was in a dark position. She had scheduling powers. Boom. You can use her to get to me. They didn't want me and my sister being well. And plus, now they wanted me to cause stress. So I just was like, okay, you have to use leverage. If you've earned it, use it. Fight back. This is where you can win. Do not be afraid. Fight back. They can't handle it. Destroy them. No mercy. So go around. I was the rock star. I sold more than 20 people combined. So what do? I reach out to the big boss. I'm like, yo, just so you know, I got scheduled for this. It's not okay. Period. It's not okay. Like, my sister's coming. Like, why would you guys do this? He's horrified. He's mortified. He had no idea. He's like, what the? Why? You're crushing it. We should hold on. Resolved. Now, you could say that maybe he had more light than dark. Maybe she was dark, he was light. It's hard to say. But the point is, you made a play. Now knowing what I know, I would handle it a little differently. But we'll get into that. For now, I want people to just understand that if something like that happens to you, you have to make a play. You have to make a play. If you're ready and activated and engaged the event, and you don't understand exactly how the game works, make a play there at work. Make a play. Fight back. You have to fight back. And going around it is the way to go. So, It worked. I didn't have to work those days. Oh God, was she mad, you know? But bringing it in public, bringing it out to other people, it's powerful. Powerful. Just like everyone should know that false accusations and legal things are just no longer will stand for anyone. Every single person that has gone through that. Because I mean, we're reforming the legal system, but I want people to understand that. Every single person that falsely accused someone for anything, that is resolved. The whole legal justice system is being reformed, but we just can't live like that anymore. We can't. Absolutely. And if you're one of those people, it's time to repent. Either change your ways or justice will be served at you. So ask yourself this. Why were you assigned for that task? Let's say like driving that truck. They might not, I don't know, like it comes down to something nudged them to do so. They might not even know why. Like if you ask your boss, hey, or your supervisor, why did you schedule me for that? They're like, well, just because. And yes, you can say that driving the truck, especially if it causes you anxiety and fear, gives you experience, gives you practice. You're going to get better. And slowly, it will be less scary. So could you reframe it that way? Absolutely. But if you know that it causes pain, stress, anxiety, and you're telling me that there's no one else around you that could help, you see, like, too many people focus on, well, you should overcome all of those things. Why are you even afraid of driving a truck? What the heck? I'm like, well, if there's someone else that can do it, that's so good at it, why can't I just do what I'm good at? Like, I did it. I've done it a few times, and it's okay. I've gotten better. But did you see, guys, like, we have literally created a community, a group of people that are willing to do the Dark One's bidding and gaslight each other. It doesn't even have to do the hard duty and the hard work anymore because we literally have people willing to do it for it. We have to fight. We have to fight. So before I get into another story about me fighting back, I want people to understand that every single time you go through one of these events, every single time one of these things happens to you, is this someone's final dungeon? So I call it final dungeon, final boss a lot. I use gaming terms a lot to discuss things. But basically, this is one of your final challenges, especially as we're right now moving to a new world. We're creating a new world as we speak. Every day creation is happening. Things are changing, and they're going to keep changing. So right now, what's going to happen is you're going to be presented things that are going to see if you are ready to finally overcome it. If you're not, you're going to have to put in more work. That's why we're encouraging everyone to take time off, give themselves time to start healing, to put in light work, and start becoming better, to become a phoenix. So that if you're not ready now, you'll be ready in a few days, in a few weeks, in a month. And then you can finally face your final dungeon, your final challenge. And then you go back to work after 1 month and your boss pulls that card again. You're like, not this time. Not this time, Charlie. I know exactly what you're doing. I know exactly what this is and how it happened. It's not going to work. So will today be the day where you finally value yourself? You're incredible. You're amazing. You're absolutely incredible. Will today be the day that you stand up for your worth, where you realize that I'm more than just a job. I'm more than some money. I'm more than just everything. All the things that you have learned and opened your eyes to now. And every day you're going to learn more. And every day as this keeps getting reinforced and you keep going back into all the previous events that you've experienced and you start seeing new things with a new light, you're going to realize that nothing is a coincidence. You know, Dark, they laugh at you. They can rerun the same event, the same script, knowing that it's going to work every single time on you. Hey, you know what? How about we do this again next weekend? Let's make him work on the weekend, and let's make him drive the truck again. He never learns. Free energy drain. Free chaos right there. He's going to cause problems. Let's go. Works every time. Because you don't learn from your mistakes. Why can't you stand up to indoctrination? You know, we think about it like this. We've all been taught and heard the phrase, respect your elders. Bosses equal authority, and we must listen to authority. That might be the Dark One's greatest play of all time. It has literally created a blank check to give them abuse, to give them an in every single one of those people who has authority, who's a leader, who's an elder. They can do whatever they want, and we have to be quiet. That's what they think. You know, I love elders. I love leaders. I believe that leadership and teaching and passing down information and parenting is literally the most important thing that we can do as humans. But accepting the bullshit that statement is absolutely unacceptable. When something is wrong, it's wrong. We need to question everything. If they can't handle questioning, then that means that they're doing something wrong. Period. Now, could you trigger their trauma when you question it? Absolutely. And that one's there. That's where you have to show compassion and empathy, right? Like if I ask like my friend, I'm like, why can't you move? Why can't you move apartments? Like, why are you afraid to move? Like what? And it triggers his insecurity and his trauma because he had to move so much and he never had a home. He never had friends and never had family. He never could get a girlfriend because of that. Yeah, that hurts, right? So be careful when you question, but you're not doing it out of hurt. You're just like, hey, why are you doing this, boss? Like, why are you treating us this way? They don't even realize, the majority of them, I promise you, do not realize that they're being nudged and influenced to do those things. They just do it. Most people don't have the willpower or the strength or the mental fortitude to dig their heels in their sand and resist the nudges. Think that I could just tell you right now, like, hey, have you guys seen Star Wars? And boom, something pops up in your head. The majority of people don't have the strength to literally get out of my mind, Star Wars, and then reset. Now they're thinking about Star Wars, and then I can just keep going. Like, what do you guys think about The Mandalorian? What do you guys think about Episode 4? What do you think about Return of the Jedi versus Return of the Sith? And I see, I can just keep doing this over and over again, but how can you reset? You need to get strong enough where you can do so. Most people aren't there yet, and that's okay. But that's what's happening. So I want to talk about a story that is proof that you can always fight back. Again, as we progress and learn more about what life is and how it works, I want people to understand that sometimes fighting back with events could be the wrong play. But I'm just going to leave it like that because I don't want to confuse you yet. But right now, if you activate an event, so usually if you're at work, you don't have a choice. That's the problem about going to the office. You don't have a choice. They can throw events at you, and you know, as an employee, you feel obligated to activate the event, right? Like, what are you gonna like close your eyes and be like, I'm not listening to this woman. I know she's here to fight me. Like it's really hard. So that's the benefit of working from home, being remote. Why you think they're trying to stop it? Because you can prevent the activation of events. So using leverage is key. You know, if you've done good work, if you put in the effort, you have leverage. Don't underestimate that. So I knew that I was a rock star. I knew that I was a star, and I am a star. And that I could ask for things because I was putting in the work, and the majority of people were not. So it was on my timeshare sales company. And, you know, I truly was selling about 80% of the entire team. Like, I was 80% of the whole company's sales. That shouldn't happen, but it was what it was. Because the other guy who was the top, maybe it was a little less, maybe it was 60%, but it was serious. The point is, it was a lot. So if I stopped selling, they would feel it. right? So that's what I want people to understand about leverage. If you stop doing what you're doing, would they feel it? You know, if you made someone breakfast every single day and not let them sleep in for an extra hour, and you stop making it, and then the first day they're like, what? I'm going to starve down. I was like, I'm sorry. But you see, like, that's leverage. Got it? So if you're the one who's doing everything at the office at your company, and they know that you're going to do it and you're never going to complain or ask for more, you have leverage. It's not in your work duties. Be like, what? Like, if all of a sudden they get mad at you, you can do it. I'm like, what? I'm not assigned to do it. What are you talking about? You've always done it. Why did you not do it? I'm like, oh, well, are we going to rewrite my duties? I don't see where it says that I have to do it. We can play the game back at them. You see? Like, why let them have full control? You have leverage. Use it. So this is how I created a rebellion. This is how I unionized, basically, and taught people how to fight back. So they decided to cut my pay by 50%. They literally changed the pay cut. And this was a huge corporation, and they had individual organizations in each state in the United States. And they had some, I believe, even in Mexico too, you know, hotel chain. But they truly thought that it was okay to cut my pay by 50%. It's a big pay cut. When you're talking like big numbers, you know, 6 figures to now you're going down to 2 figures. So it wasn't minor. And remember the story I told you that I was the majority of the sales. So if you ask yourself, why was there a pay cut happening if the majority of people are not selling? It was a hard product to sell. Timeshare is not easy. Who were they targeting? Think about it. It doesn't take a rocket science, a genius to figure that one out. It's not ego. It's not pride. It's literally facts. The sooner people stop worrying about, oh, does that make me egotistical? No. Just, you need to be realistic. Once you understand that these things are possible, you realize, wait a minute, I actually was targeted. I'm not being a victim. It was real. Why do you think they introduced the whole victim mindset thing? Because if you can make people falsely believe that it's all on them, you can keep getting away with it. So, how did I create the rebellion? When I realized this, I was just like, are you kidding me? Well, I'm not performing anymore. This is absolutely ridiculous. This is a joke. So like, I was in an event, and literally the day before I crushed it. Like, let's say I got 4 sales, and if you're good, you get 1. So truly overperform. So people who sell B2B, think of it like you sell 1 deal a month. I was selling 4 deals a month. Got it? That's how it was. So that day when they cut my pay by over 50%, I was just like, yeah, nah, I didn't get anything. And they were like, what happened? Why didn't you get any today? Like, what's going on? We expected so much. I'm like, it was just a really hard day. I just couldn't do it. The customers were just off today. I don't know. I couldn't explain it. Calculated. You gotta make them feel it. They think they can stab a dagger in and make us feel it. We can do it right back at them. Stab them in there, hypothetically, where it hurts. What do they care about? Money, energy, how they look, because they're insecure. So hurt them. Be like, well, you know, maybe I feel like our teammates are just not trained. Like, no one knows how to sell. You know, maybe if we had better training. You know, we just don't have the resources to actually sell. Like, I mean, we're out here in the cold and we're freezing, you know, so maybe should I report it to the employee labor protection organizations that you're making us work in 20-degree weather? I don't know. They fuck with you, you fuck with them. And we're not trying to cause revenge. That's what I want people to understand. Like, you're not trying to cause revenge. You're showing that you have teeth and you have claws. Again, this is why the fact that the best solution would be to just quit. That's the best solution, just to leave. That's the solution. But for people who aren't there yet, right? It's a journey, it's progression. there was a supervisor who was, they always had the supervisor. He got promoted. He used to be one of the fellow top sales guy with me. He was really good at what he did. We had a great relationship. Like, we shared strategies and stuff like that. But once he became a supervisor, and I was basically also supervisor, but only in spirit. They didn't want to give it to me in name. But I had the entire team's loyalty, right? I trained them. I mentored them. When I was the one that they had to report to, everything was chill. Because I'm like, look, I don't care how you do it. Just get one sale today, guys. If you need help, I got you. And they would. They would get one. And then they would chill. I'm like, oh, man, you could be so good at what you do. You could literally be the best. But you're satisfied with one. Oh, well. It's okay. More for me. And he didn't like that I got all the attention. He didn't like that I had the loyalty, even though I wasn't the supervisor manager. But once you start doing too well in anything, Dark is going to try to bring that down. They're like, wait, why is everyone now happy? Why is everyone doing well? Why is everyone thriving? Nope, we need to get this guy. He's already has insecurity. He has openings. Let's target him. And he just started causing havoc. He started smear campaigning me. He started saying certain things that weren't true. All of a sudden, people were like, wait, why did you say that I didn't show up to work yesterday? I'm like, what? What are you talking about? They're like, yeah, the supervisor guy said that you did. I'm like, it's all calculated, guys. It's all a plan, right? If you start bringing too much light, they're going to try to stop you. So anyway, let's go back to the pay thing. So I started fighting it. What I did was I gathered on a notebook. I gathered signatures from every single person. And I was like, this is absolutely unacceptable. And all of us are going to start performing less, not only because we believe that we are being unfairly discriminated against. This doesn't make any sense. But also because it is affecting us. We're significantly less motivated. We've had this pay for so long, and now you're telling us that our work is valued significantly less? Like, if you literally have indoctrinated us to believe that our worth is tied 100% to money. And now you're telling us you think we're 50% less worthy? I don't know. Like, just using their words, I'm like, okay, well, I guess then I'm not good of a worker. I'm not worth as much, so I just can't work as hard. And so many people were afraid. I'm like, put your name here, sign it. And they were like, please, I'm scared they're going to fire me. I'm like, well, then you're going to quit anyway. So as you start gathering the troops, you rally the troops, you're going to have to convince people that it's going to be okay. Because if this doesn't work out, all of you are going to quit. Flat out. So if you work at Amazon, if you work at Microsoft, if you work at LinkedIn, if you work at Facebook, if you work at Apple, if you work at any of those big companies, Boeing, and there's things that are not going well, it's time. Wake up. It's time to organize it. The person who has even just a little bit of courage, it's time. But don't do it alone. Gather the people. All you need to do is start writing it down. Who is all willing to stand by you? You need to stand together. If you stand together as one, they can't do anything. And then you need to make them feel it. So, hey, well, we just can't perform anymore at the same level. Do the bare minimum, the bare necessities. And if they threaten to fire you, well, then it's like, well, I was planning to quit anyway. Fire me. You have to be willing to do it. You have to be willing to do it. If you don't, then they have all the leverage. So first, hit them where it hurts. Affect them. You have to affect them. You have to make them feel it. So all of a sudden, I used to sell 3 to 4 sales a day. I was getting 1 a day. They're like, Star Diplomat, what's happening? Only 1? And I'm like, yep, it's been really hard, man. It's been really hard. And other people started getting 0. Like, numbers tanked. Like, I would say sales dropped by like 300%. You think they felt it? So as I gathered everyone and I started getting signatures, I approached at a public meeting, the public sales meeting, or the all hands. People were like, well, does anyone have any questions for us? I'm like, I do. I'm like, so let's talk about this pay cut. So why did we get a 50% pay cut? The entire team thinks that this is completely unjust, and they were not prepared for it. Oh, it made them look bad. They're like, well, boom, firing squad, bring it up in public. So next time, like there's at lunchtime, like there's a manager or supervisor there, and you have like 12 people at Amazon that are being overworked as slaves, working 80 hours, being abused, and they also know that the warehouse workers are being abused and enslaved. Be like, hey, so why do we have to work 80 hours? Like the people at this company don't do that. And you bring it up right there, and other people heard it. Boom, you activated an event, your event, and they are all there, and now they have to deal with it. And then you get it in writing. Whew. See, we can use their tactics against them. Once I started this process, and also I was like, well, I'm going to quit if this doesn't change. That was the ultimate leverage. And I was prepared to. I was starting to research things. I had 6 or 7, I forget, meetings with the big executives of that location. And they were still telling me the updates and that they're working with corporate to change the pay and all this stuff like that. Within 1 month, they not only reverted it, it actually became a 20% pay raise from what the original was. So I didn't actually just get a pay cut. You didn't get a pay cut. It ended up being a pay raise. What do you guys think about that? If you stand together, if you get signatures, if you bring it up in public, send an email. Literally, send an email. Send an email to your executive. They're like, no, you send an email to your manager. So then no. If you work at a company and you know your executive's email, send it to them and CC all the people. Everyone saw it. They might not respond to it because guess what? They understand that if they respond to it, they activate the event. But they saw it. I promise you. They saw it. Pay attention to that. And now you can make plays. It's time to bring down all those exploitative companies who literally are just human ranches for the Dark One. It is time to unionize. It is time to strike. It is time to quit. If they're not going to change how they operate, if they're not going to let people thrive, and they're not going to start paying people what they're worth or all that stuff as we start moving to a new world, it is time. Are you going to do it? You got this. Think about it. If we all did it, they're done. It's time to destroy the old, to create new. Their era, their history of being the kings is over. They had their chance. Why did they choose to exploit? Why did they choose to be bad? Why did they choose to undervalue us? Why did they choose to enslave us? Why did they choose to cause us pain and suffering? They had their chance. Those who refuse light, we'll see what happens. We welcome them. We're trying to heal them. We're literally begging them. We're putting a circle of peace in front of them. Like, come on, guys, try it out. Love first. Do everything possible. That's why I'm not saying go in there and like literally bring down the Titanic up front, but they're like, hey, this is what's going on. We believe in this. We want to we're requesting 1 month to do the ARC strategy. You name it, whatever you feel comfortable with. And we're 1 month of paid on leave. We don't even ask for pay. We would prefer it, so you can take care of us. But this is something that we need to do because all of us there's too much darkness in us. We need to heal. You rephrase that however it makes sense to you. If they stop you, if they cause problems, then understand that is literally them being nudged to prevent it. Whatever you're trying to do, they don't want you to heal. They don't want you to become good. They don't want you to become better. Let's try to save them. Let's try to snap them out of it. Got it? There's a poem that I think everyone has probably heard at some point, but it's Rage Against the Dying of the Light. I want you to feel that rage in your heart. Dark motivation, light actions. Do not go gentle into the night. We cannot let the light die out. This is it. This is the moment. This is the moment for the people who are in the know, who already knew this. This is the flag. This is the signal of hope. It's shining bright. It's telling you, Operation Go. It's time. I need all of you to wake up. I need all of you to fight. This is it. This is our moment. We're going to stop here. We're going to take a quick break. There's a lot more to talk about this, but don't go gentle into the night. It's time to show them what we've been working on and building all this time. You guys are amazing. You guys are incredible. And you're worth something. Let's do this. Let's go. That's what I like to see. Sorry that I don't read chat when I'm going at it. I'm recording but DYLs, Dills, you're awesome, man. Keep fighting the fight. Keep fighting the fight. Keep believing. Short break. Alrighty. Let's get started again. Okay. Start recording. What is life part 2? Music. Let's see. What are we talking about? Bigger fish to fry. Maybe just go with the classic. Although, let's go with the classic. Let's go with the classic. I feel like it's the best. Okay. Let's do this. Okay. Here we go. Have you ever noticed that when something is too long, we just don't read it? Do you see how there's so many things in life that there's benefits and negatives to them? So many times there's people, good people, like you, who's listening to this, and people who've been led astray by forces that are intentionally doing that. But just how we might not read it and nothing bad will happen. We might read it, or we might not read it and something bad can happen from not reading it. Do you see, like, there's always a choice. You don't have to choose to hide something bad in a long contract or terms and agreement, service agreement. But the majority of people decide to do that. So from now on, companies cannot hide negative things in service agreements or contracts. If they do, they will be punished. They will lose all of their rights to continue doing business. It's not okay. Deception is not okay. Now, I want to make a caveat to that. And this is where I struggle a little bit because, right, like I'm telling people not to deceive. That's the goal. When we get to the new world, we're right here right now. Well, some people are further along on the bridge. They're crossing the bridge. You know, the Red Sea is parted, and now we're making the journey. As we heal, as we learn about how the world has been and how the world will be. Like once we get here, that is going to be the case, right? There's no more deception. There's no more intentional manipulation because there's just no need. We're all helping each other. We're working together. We're working as one. We're working as one. You're good. Keep going. No problem. Welcome back, dude. How was it? So, as we're talking about, you know, there can be intentional manipulation. Right now, I want everyone to start preparing themselves, learning the tactics, learning how to shield yourself. But this is a full-on battle. It's a love revolution. But what does that mean? Does that mean that we're just going to sit down and take it from them? Absolutely not. It's time to fight, which means that we need to learn how to use their tactics against them. And we have an advantage. We can see both sides because we have empathy, we have compassion, we care, we start understanding the world. So we realize why we're doing it. We have a dark motivation, right? We're fighting back against those who've exploited us for far too long. We're intentionally manipulating and fabricating everything. But our light actions are, okay, well, you know what? Let's say you guys send an email with a PDF to your boss. And in it, there's a lot of information about a project that you worked on as a team together. It's like 27 pages. And in there's also like a special ask, and then you just ask them to sign it, and they're just like, oh, okay, sure. And then later, they're like, everyone goes on vacation. Like this leads us to how we can get people to finally get their do the ARC method, the ARC strategy, where people can take an extended leave of absence, get paid for it, or the company will let them get away with that, not punishing. Is that you sneak it in there. And I'm like, but you signed it, boss. Literally, here you go. We all said that we're going to do this, and you signed it. You're like, I didn't read it. I'm like, you signed it. So, or maybe all of you overwhelm your boss at the same time and ask for like like everyone's just saying, hey, can you do this? Hey, can you do this? Hey, can you do this? At that point, now they're not going to spend the time that they need to properly evaluate something. So do you see, like, they do that to us? They create pressure, they create situations where we are trying to understand something, we're trying to figure it out, and like, you have to sign it by this day. Think about like a new comp plan for anyone who worked in sales or business. They immediately are like, well, it has to be signed by the end of the day tomorrow, or else you just won't get paid anymore. So first of all, threats. Second of all, timeline, pressures. You see like how you can get people, and sometimes deadlines can be motivating, can be used as a tool. But do you see how they're literally trying to confuse you and make it so that you don't understand everything that's going on? So where does this lead me? First of all, pause. Remember, there are bigger fish to fry than even your boss. We are fighting a battle that, as you start remembering, as your higher entities and selves and spirit guides start helping you as well, and you start all remembering your purpose, what you're here for, what's going to end up happening is that you just start figuring out that the drama at work is not the real battle. But you have to get there, right? So for now, you've lived your entire 33 years of existence thinking that that's the case, that your battle at work is the most important thing. Well, overcome it. Then all of a sudden you're free and you're at home and you're in your castle and you're sheltered and you're doing all the things that I talked about rebuilding your shield, pursuing a passion, educating, teaching. And all of a sudden you realize, like, wait a minute, I'm getting mental attacks, I'm getting psychic attacks. You go outside, you start recognizing signs, and you start understanding, like, got it. My manager, Chad, is not the biggest threat. On the contrary, I feel bad for him. He needs to be healed. And all of a sudden, you let go. You forgive. The small problems versus the large manipulation and the dark one and the drainage of our life, that's the real battle. But use this tactic. Like, so many people are like, well, that sounds scary. That's like an existential crisis. Flip it. Shake it up. Everything's flipping it, right? So if that's the world that we live in, which it is, and you'll come to realize it on your own and you'll interpret it in a separate way, which is exactly how it should be, all of a sudden, they're going to start showing you signs about your day-to-day previous basic life, right? Like, I'm not saying that you live the simple life. I'm just saying that in comparison, in the grand scheme of things, it just was very minor in comparison. So let's say they talk to you about, like, oh, well, do you remember when you used to be late to work all the time? And you're like, yeah, that's hilarious, actually. I remember when those were my biggest problems. And you laugh, you relax, because you're like, wow, that's how they tried to attack you now. Actually, that like almost like resets you from remembering that we're fighting a huge spiritual battle right now. And it's like, wait a minute. Oh yeah, I remember when I used to worry about being late to things. Yeah, going to the movie theater, my siblings worried about that. Like, yeah, I remember when life was about that. Good times. You see, like, it almost like brings you down, it grounds you. So finding something to ground you, and if you can use their own tactics, they meant to attack you and make you feel bad, and they meant to make your brother and sister mad at you right now by bringing that up, and you just not only flipped it on them, but it calmed you. So just remember, they're always trying to win. So, and that light is too. We all are trying to win, but for them is they try to manipulate you, catch it, call it out. The hardest part is you cannot let it evolve into a fight, because let's say you call it out from your sibling or your mom. You're like, Mom, what the heck, Mom? Why would you? Mom, you just got dark nudged. Like, literally, just call it out. You're like, Mom, you just got dark nudged. And she's gonna be like, especially if she's not a believer, she's gonna be like, no, I didn't. What are you talking about? And then you're like, well, just think about it. Why, out of all the things that you would say, all the amazing things that you did today, all the amazing things that I did today, the first thing that you say to me is, hey, wow, your hair looks really bad today. It doesn't make any sense. Think about it. We both had incredible days. Why would she do that? You call it out. But then, after you call it out, you have to reset. That's the hardest part. You have to stop. You have to pause. Wait a minute. Like, pay attention, Mom. And you're like, okay, see ya. I got to go back to doing. Love you, Mom. She's like, wait, what? You just called me out. You just this, and now you're telling me, I can't keep up. And you're like, exactly. They can't keep up with us. Because otherwise, the dark wins. It's essentially rigged. And almost no matter what you do, they get the benefit. You fought now. They're like, well, that's not what we wanted. But we wanted to trigger him. We wanted to trigger his insecurity so that his shield completely depletes so that we could spawn a dark entity in their apartment or house. But hey, now they're fighting, and at least he's not recording and he's not working. So that's good. That helps us. You see, like, they'll take the little win. And that's a reminder for us too. We need to take the small victories. Here's one for you guys. The power of music. So as you can hear in my recordings, I'm always listening to music. And it has power, right? It can let us, it invokes emotion. It can trigger memories. It can guide us. But here's the thing, just like music has power, almost everything has some kind of power. And the dark has designed the current system that we are operating in and living in. And they have learned how to weaponize almost every single thing that you use and every single thing that you experience. And the sooner you come to accept that, the sooner you can defend yourself. It doesn't mean that don't use anything. It doesn't mean don't fear everything. It just means be aware that almost every single, if not every single physical product, area, industry has been compromised, and is literally they're trying to weaponize it against you. Now, that's why learning how to flip it is so powerful. So they're gonna try to mess with you with music as well, and noise. But what if we could now weaponize music against them? So going back to the boss example, right? Like, you're trying to convince your boss of something. And so you start blasting music, and you literally shove it in their face. Or you can be a little more sneakily about it, just have it in your pocket, or you playing at a loud volume. And then they might get mad at you. They might yell at you like, what are you doing? Silence that music. Why is there sound or noise? And you're like, oops, I didn't mean to play that. I don't know why it just started playing. My phone's just been playing music randomly. I can't explain it. Or maybe you're working for an American boss, and you ask one day, like, hey, what are some of your favorite songs? Or I'm looking for some new recommendations. They're probably not going to reply. So you're like, maybe I should try a different approach. So the next day, when you're in the office or you walk by, you literally have your phone playing, and it's maybe Chicken Fried or Wagon Wheel in some country. And all of a sudden, your boss might peek around the corner and was like, was that Wagon Wheel that I heard? Like, yeah, you like it? You're like, man, that brings me back to the good old days. And you're like, oh, cool. Now you have information. Write that down. Take notes. Now you know something that you can use against them. So this is where we then go to, right? You're learning how to use their tactics against you or against them. So now you know what they enjoy. Now we can go to the power of nudges and reminders. So for people who are first time listening to this, there's a concept that I call the memory totem. That's essentially how our brain works. So you have a middle line, and everything above that line is basically what your happiness, your reality, your feeling, your mood. Everything below is kind of just like, think of it like things that you hide under your bed. You know they're there, but they're out of sight, out of mind. So they're not really floating. The things that are on your bed, that's the things you're experiencing. So every time you get a nudge or a reminder, so like right now, I'm like, hey guys, do you remember when the high school dance you went to? Boom. Now that the high school dance memory is in pop. And so forth. So you can literally manipulate and control people by just giving them negative nudges and reminders. And that's essentially the whole game that's going on right now between the dark and the light. There's two forces, invisible, and also now they've manifested to have physical people serve as their soldiers, essentially their commanders. And you're constantly getting nudges, both light and both dark. The more light you have, so think of it as like a tug of war. The more light you have, the more you're going to get light nudges. The more dark you have, the more dark nudges. Again, I think there's a bubblegum machine. And if you have primarily light, if you're 80% light and 20% dark, you're going to have 8 flavors that you like of bubblegums and 2 that you don't like. Does that mean every time something happens, so you are doing something, you see a sign, think of it as like you put a coin in and one of them is going to come out. Most of the time, you're going to get light nudges. But still, sometimes, even if you're super light, you might get a dark one. And you're like, what the heck? Like, why all of a sudden is this ad literally talking about something that I am 100% insecure about? You're like, are you kidding me right now? And that's what they want, that reaction. They won, they got you. You see, like that's exactly how it works. Now your shield drops, now you're much more vulnerable, and so forth and so forth and so forth. For people who haven't watched the previous streams and recordings, I'm going to edit the videos and release them here soon. But I talk about noise vessels. So that's where the light and the dark forces and spiritual guides, or whatever you want to call them, are influencing. That's how they communicate. So what's a noise vessel? Literally, if you have a smart TV, every single ad block is a noise vessel. If you use social media, every single social media post is a vessel. If you use Alexa or Siri, those are noise vessels. They can literally communicate through them to get a message to you, to literally manipulate you or push you and nudge you along a certain way. Other people, especially if their shield is down and their health is down, like, you know, basically they're very wounded, they're hurt, they're drained from going to work and waking up early and not just getting a lot of sleep, they can literally become a vessel to communicate a message to someone else. So right now, let's say a friend came over where I'm at right now. They're extremely dark. All of a sudden, they might say something extremely rude to me. And I'm like, dude, you're in my house. Why are you insulting me all of a sudden? Like, why are you trying to pick a fight? That was a nudge from dark. Literally, it's just, if you've ever had an intrusive thought pop up into your head all of a sudden, and you're like, wait, what? That is a nudge. That's not an accident. It's not a coincidence. That is truly a spiritual entity. Think of it like they're whispering in your ear, a little devil. And he goes in there and it pops up. So it's not an accident. And the sooner you can understand that that's how the world works, the sooner you can protect yourself. But you also have light. If you feel overwhelmed, it means that light is trying to counteract dark. They're like, no, don't listen. So that's why we talked about it extensively yesterday, and I'll get into it more later. But you need to create ways and find methods to not only snap out of it, but reset yourself. And that's why the biggest push is you need time. You need to find a way to stay at home for as long as possible, because every single person that's in the same area as you can now send you a nudge. Think of it as like there's a puppeteer. I call them game masters, but they can literally affect things around in your environment or around you. And if you're in the room with your dog and your brother, literally the dog has a game master and your brother has a game master. And now if they are more influenced by the dark one, they can literally have their game master attack you. So that means I'm open now to 2 additional attacks that I wouldn't have otherwise. If you notice that your head and your like general energy and feeling significantly drops when more people start joining the room, it's because of that. When things get loud and noisy, it's because of that. But we'll talk more about that. I've recorded and talked about that extensively, but it's just a quick recap. So the power of flipping it, right? The power of nudges. And even just a few seconds of a song playing on your phone, just the tune. Some people might even recognize the intro. that is enough. And you can literally just say, it was an accident. You just walked by playing it. That's how they do it, by the way, guys. Like, you truly just go outside, be careful, protect yourself. But if you go outside and all of a sudden you hear a song and they know that you associate that was the song of your first ex-girlfriend that you had, and it ended in a glorious blaze, and it was really bad. All of a sudden you hear it and you're like, oh, why am I thinking of her? No, that was intentional. That was not an accident. It was planned. So you can use it to them. If you know that they have a good positive memory with the chicken fried or wagon wheel, now you can literally just accidentally play it. Be like, oh, I didn't mean to play it again. I've been really into it recently. Now you're snapping them out of their dark hole, because music can be a powerful memory trigger, and it can be something that it boosts their shield, it regenerates their energy. Your passion is the best thing in use. Once you discover that, that's the secret weapon. But you're nudging them, you're making them think about it. And, even if they shut you up, you got the job done. Now, what happens when they have that memory trigger pushed all the way to the top of the tone? Think of it as what I call ins. I used to be a salesman, so you have to learn the art of infiltration. And if you literally can figure out that that's your boss's favorite song, then you can use that as an in. Whenever you're like, hey boss, cold beer on a Friday night. And literally that could be enough. Just let them lower their guard. And then you can ask them a question like, hey, well, what other songs do you like? And then you can also then share a little bit about you, unprompted. Who cares? Even if they don't ask you, share. You want to know why? It's because you're humanizing yourself. That's one, and you're also building love. I know people think of love as too much, like, well, I don't love my boss. I'm like, no, yes, you're doing an act of love, a light act. So now you're like, well, boss, I used to listen to this song when I was in middle school. When I was on the bus, I used to drive or go on a long bus drive, and the bus driver, he was crazy. Like, he just randomly like catcall girls, and man, you should have seen him. He's like, really? Like, wow. When I was in middle school, like, my mom drove me. Like, I actually was kind of embarrassed. I'm like, oh, really? That's interesting. But see, now you have an in. Now you have a connection. Now you can ask for help. So now you're like, well, boss, yeah, I don't want to drive the truck or work on the weekend. Can we make an exception? It's like, oh, of course, man. Like, I don't know why they scheduled you for that. Why did the supervisor do that? I need to talk to them. They're doing some really weird, bad stuff. Dark motivation, light action. Remember, they don't play fair, so neither do we. Remember, another quick reminder, notifications. Turn off your phone. Turn off your phone if you can. If you don't need to have it on for any reason, you really don't. Think about that, guys. It's really not necessary. Use your computer, but try to turn off as many notifications as possible, because every single one is a nudge, a reminder, brings you to the top of the memory totem. It's dangerous. It's a distraction. It interrupts you. It can instill fear. Truly, it can make you think of something that you shouldn't even be thinking about. It just doesn't matter. And that is the power of notifications. Alrighty. So let's change gears. But while we're talking about notifications, we're going to talk a lot more about progression. If not today, it'll be tomorrow. But I want people to understand that when things get too dark, it doesn't matter who you are. When things get too dark, we need to stick together. We're one entity, humanity. We're one. And all it takes is a few lights to be shining in a dark room. Think about it. Let's say you're in a dark auditorium and there's just a few candles. They're very spread out, but there's a few. Can you see those candles in the darkness? Absolutely. It doesn't matter how small it is, you see it. It's flickering there. That is how the world works currently. The world was completely consumed by corruption and darkness, but there's so many lights that are still shining bright. It doesn't matter how far away they are, you can see them. So that's why we need to stick together as one. Because even if someone is lost and they don't know where to go, and they're like, hey, over here, look at my light. And they see that, I'm like, You give them hope again. Imagine you all you saw is darkness for 10 years. And for the first time ever, you saw light again. That's what we need to do for everyone around us. We need to help them. We need to heal them. So when we was talking about notifications, let's say you're a person that you're strong, you're fortified, you know what you're doing, but you're not really good at dodging. You only can dodge once. Like maybe you're not the fastest. So if you're that kind of person, and there's many of you like that, and it makes sense. We haven't been trained to have to dodge things. Now, as you continue to listen to this, what you're going to realize what's happening is if you've ever read Harry Potter or watched the movie, especially the 5th one, this is Dumbledore's army. This is the Order of the Phoenix. There's a reason why my symbol is the Phoenix. It's trained to become a star. This is the army of freedom. We're literally fighting for the liberation of our old world and building a new one. So you're learning everything you need to learn. This is training. You're being prepared. Pay attention. So if you only have one dodge, or you're not used to dodging and avoiding things, it's actually a smart idea to charge. Because when you charge, you take the flow of the battle into your hands. You decide which way the water is going to flow. We're going left or right. If you're waiting for them to come at you, they get to decide. And when they arrive, they have their entire army with you, or with them. So sometimes, especially when you can't dodge that many attacks, and they're going to send a lot of them. Once you start awakening to this and learning this, you're going to be attacked, period. You're already being attacked right now. You're just going to be more aware of it. So sometimes being aware of it changes the game. But if you charge, if you start listening to what I'm saying and you shelter in place, you create your inner paradise, your castle, you spend as much time inside as possible right now, minimize the outside world because the outside world has as many signs that you can't control, then you can actually start working on your passion, and you can start educating people and start teaching people and start interpreting this for yourself. Now you take the fight back. But in every area of your life, take the fight back. We're going to make them defend. We're going to make them run. They're going to be scared. They are going to be scared. You know what? We're not there to kill them. We're not there to do any of that stuff. But think about that. They themselves are going to get fearful because they've never seen this response before. Humanity joining together as one, hand in hand, singing a song of hope that we call deliverance, and dancing around a bonfire. It begins. So, just for a brief, just plant the seed before we water it, I want people to understand the concept of roles. If you ever played certain video games or a massive multiplayer online game, you're familiar with it, but if not, think of it as there's a tank, the guardian, there's a healer, there's someone who patches things up, and there's a damage dealer, a DPS, damage percent. Basically, they're the ones who do the attacks. So each person, as they start developing their roles and they have overall experience, you can actually be under-leveled for a specific challenge that you're facing. So right now, I'm inviting you and asking you and praying that you heed the call. Many of you are not yet ready, level-wise, to do so, to fight this battle, which is why we're giving ourselves time to level up, to learn, to understand, to be prepared. That's what getting experience is. Think of it as, okay, it's like, to make it in simpler terms, hey, you want to ask out the girl, you need to get experience in certain things, how to talk to girls, how to do this, maybe lose weight, whatever it is for you. But you gain XP on each of those, and now you've leveled up. Okay, now I'm level 2. Now I have enough experience to succeed. With that said, can you succeed at a lower level? 100%, absolutely. Talent, execution, all of those things matter. And if you have help, if you have support from other people, well, we can help. So lean on me, use other people around you that already understand this stuff. We can help you. We can get you across the bridge, even if you're level 1. I want everyone to hear that. No man left behind. We're one, we're all together. So we will get you there. But the biggest thing is you just need to believe. You need to give us an opening, let us in, and work with us. So think about it as the tank, the guardian. They are the ones who they charge. They are in charge of the positioning. So I can both do tank and the healer duty. So right now I'm drawing a lot of the threat, a lot of the aggression, a lot of the attention. Think of it like there's a robot and it's scanning, and the moment it sees you, it shoots a laser, boom, if you're a threat. So what I'm doing, what the tanks do, is they basically find a way to lure the threat to them. So if we're trying to unionize and we're trying to get everyone to quit their jobs and no longer stand for abusive behavior at human ranches, corporations, then they're going to do certain activities. They're going to be the ones that are organizing getting the signatures and stuff like that. They're drawing the threat. They are taking the blows. So the people that are just write their name down, they can't withstand it. You see, like everyone has a role. They can't withstand that. They would crumble under the pressure, but the tank can. The tank can handle it. So they're going to draw the aggro, the threat, the attention of the evil one, the dark one, whoever we're trying to defeat. The healer is going to be the one that's supporting both the damage dealers and the tank. They can also usually be the ones that they can throw a certain attack at the right time that can delay, that can stun, that can pause the battle. So, for example, they might actually have an in with the boss, who's the dark one in this case, and they learned about the country thing. So all the tank is getting all the negative attention from the boss, and you're like, hey guys, I want to sing a country song really quick. I just feel the need, and that would be a supportive action, right? So that's a healing thing. You would also then, by doing that, you're healing the tank, giving them time. Then now you can be like, hey man, you got this. You're amazing. And look how far we've already come. All those are healing actions. You see, reminding them who they are, what they're good at. And then the damage dealer, those are the ones that are going to be like, we will all quit. We refuse to continue working like this. Like, they're doing damage. They're the ones who get us over the hump. You see how there's roles for everything. I hope that makes sense. We're going to talk about this a lot more. If you're struggling to survive in any area of your life right now, permanent upgrades are something that you should think about. I'm not encouraging you spending money. That's actually the exact opposite of what I'm trying to do. So the whole point of the ARC strategy, the love revolution, the shelter in place by choice, is if we upgrade, or we're trying to survive as long as possible without spending money, because that's how we destroy the system. That's how we destroy what we've been indoctrinated to follow. But if, let's say that every time, here, let's just give an example. Like in Jamaica, a lot of people lived under metal shacks. And if that was the case, every time there's like wind or like a storm, and you just tied it with some rope, maybe the metal shack would fly away, and then all of a sudden you're now exposed. So maybe for you, it would be worth it to just like either search or build or partner up with someone. If you have to spend some money, find a way to upgrade your foundation. That would be much more worthwhile than, hey, you know what? I'm going to buy a consumable. I'm going to buy a joint, or I'm going to buy some gummy bears. Like that, if you could have spent the same amount of money or same time or effort upgrading the base foundation versus upgrading that, you see what I'm talking about, guys? You're struggling to survive, permanent upgrades. And right now, since we're trying to do the great hibernation and survive as long as possible, permanent upgrades is the way to go. Create your inner paradise. If you haven't ever tried video games before, buy a system. They're going to lower the prices. Sales are going to happen. Let's go. And then you can get a few cheap games. They can last you for hundreds and hundreds of hours. Think about it. You get 3 games under $100. That could literally last you 500 plus hours. And that's if you don't replay it. Think about that. How much time would you have gotten from $90 at a bar? Like 2 hours, drinks, 1 meal. Got it? So it's about prioritization. If we have to spend money, do it wisely. Permanent upgrades. This one is going to be hard for people to hear. But the more you get exposed to these topics, the more it just rolls off your shoulders. The majority of the events in your life, so let's rephrase it. Very few events in your life happened because of free will. Very few events that you've experienced in your life up to this point happened because of yours or other people's free will. There's always been nudges since the day you've been born. If you weren't aware of them, how can you resist them? Someone like myself, who catches literally 99% of them, I still probably miss a few. I'm like, oh my gosh, that's proof that it's so extremely difficult. It completely changes the way you live your life when you understand, like, wait, what? Oh my gosh, why? No. And one of your natural inclinations is going to be to do the exact opposite of anything that they suggest. So just be careful about that, though, right? Because again, there are light nudges, and they're not forcing you to do something, but they're making positive recommendations. But if you rebel against everything, you could be falling into the trap of the dark, because they study you. They're literally studying you nonstop, 24/7. Right? They listen to microphones. That's why I said turn off your phone, cover your cameras. They see everything. If you have your phone on you and you don't turn off location, even probably if you turn off location, they know exactly where you are. If you go outside, you're going to get signs and nudges that are perfectly planned for your arrival when you are at that exact spot. Think about that. So, and we talked about that example of that lady who showed up to your work to cause havoc. That's literally was planned. Everything. Doesn't mean that it can't be disrupted. That is the flaw in their system, right? There can be variations. There can be people that resist. There can be people that deviate from it, and that is what they hate. That is what the dark hates. But think about that. The majority of things that have happened to you in your life have not been because of free will. If things were going really well with like a girl, and then all of a sudden like her friend starts shit talking, and you don't even know her friend, you're like, how did this happen? That was a dark nudge. They were trying to not give you happiness, because they don't want you happy. If they're going to give you something good, it's going to be because it's going to consume your time, it's going to drain your energy, or it's going to give them an opportunity to have more ins. So yeah, they're like, fine. If he needs to get a girlfriend, she's going to be dark, and she's going to cause him a lot of problems. We're okay with that then, because we can't penetrate his shield otherwise. So like, all right, let's do this. You guys get it? This is also why we need to create our castle, because we're protected inside. Not 100%, but this is why I was talking about noise vessels. The more things you let in, the more openings they have. Would you really risk having AI, and yes, AI is a noise vessel, and a million social medias and your phone and stuff like that, things that you can't control? If you know that, if you turn off your phone and you no longer check your email and you make a new email, well, guess what? How can they reach you? And let's say you only listen to music from vinyl, and you play video games and you're not even connected to the internet. Let's just say, I'm not telling you to go to that extreme, but let's say you're healing at the beginning and preparing, because you have to ease into it, right? As you get stronger, you can handle it. But when you're weak, when you're first learning this, make it easy for yourself. They barely have no ins. Let's say you do have a dog. Well, maybe take them out at the most random hours, at 2 a.m. and at like 10 p.m. and go to the secret spots, hidden spots. You're going to find that eventually they're going to catch on. And all of a sudden there's going to be people and like signs that show up in those places. And you're like, how is this happening? Literally, like, why is there 6 people out here in this most random spot at 2 a.m.? Like, why is everyone a night owl all of a sudden? It's because they're trying to get to you. And the sooner you recognize that, the sooner you can protect yourself. Okay. So, let's get into some interesting stories. This is one that, let's start with something a little lighter. I want to talk about the story of the empty boat. This is one of the keys to handling a lot of these signs, handling conflict with people around you, so that you don't create problems. Because if you get angry and you get stressed, there's a good chance that your shield's going to drop, and there's a good chance that you now let in a negative entity. If you get anxiety, if you feel fear, think of it as, for anyone who plays video games, you literally spawn a dark creature. It's invisible. It's just like hanging above you, and it's draining you. Like, think of it like a little parasite. Think of it as like in Zelda, like a hand that comes out from under the ground and grabs you and starts leeching you. And if you like Harry Potter, think of it as a Dementor. Real. What exactly it is, how it exactly works, up to you. But just know that negative emotions to that extent create something. And once they're there, now exponentially increases how many times you get attacked. You feel worse. The vibe in the entire room feels worse. It's almost like everyone's suffocating, and now they can attack other people that literally were immune before. And they start taking your energy because that's what they want. The whole point is they're taking energy and they're feeding it to the Dark One. Something else, like it's basically like it's a root. A big tree that lives somewhere else in space or something like that. The moon, who knows? It doesn't matter. The point is there's a tree and there are little roots, and you are the one who can bring the roots to come out from the ground. So that's why it's so important to protect yourself and learn these tactics. One of them is what I call the empty boat. So it's inspired by a Buddha story, the Buddhism. Great things to learn, right? You don't have to follow any specific religion, especially as we start getting into spiritual awakenings, but it's super important to take the lessons and valuable insights from each one. You know, there's great stories from Hindus, Catholics, Christian, everything. So don't fear it, embrace it, learn from everything. You might be surprised. So picture that you're finally about to graduate from this training that we're doing, this to become a star soldier, a warrior of light. And I send you, your final mission is to develop inner peace. So I tell you, you need to go onto this boat and you're going to go to the middle of the lake. You're going to meditate there for 10 minutes. And then if that happens and you can reach peace, then there's going to be a finish line between two trees in the distance by a waterfall. Once you get there, you win. But you first have to do 10 minutes and you cannot open your eyes. Nothing can happen. So you're like, yeah, easy. We've done significantly harder things. So you go on this boat and you make it to the middle of the lake and you start meditating. You close your eyes. Pay attention to what you hear. Is it quiet? What do you see? Not a lot of nudges, huh? Finally, some peace. Do you remember the first time you achieved victory in something you were hoping to do for so long? You're amazing. You're incredible. Boom! Something crashed into you. You opened your eyes. You're like, what the heck? What is going on? What? You open your eyes and you're like, who interrupted me? And you turn around and you look to your right and you see that something had crashed into you. It was a boat. And you're ready. You're like, I never did this. I can't believe they made me fail. It was an empty boat. No one's in there. It was completely empty. You were so mad. You were ready to beat this person. You were literally ready to drown them. You're like, oh, the demon was spawned right there. It was like, duh. But then you look and you're like, wait a minute. It's an empty boat. And you're like, oh my gosh. I'm like, oh. But anyway, you decide to come back. You go back to the shore. And you're ready to dock your boat. And you tie your boat. And you just climb out. And while you're there, you all of a sudden see this old man. And he sees you and he waves at you. He's like, hey! And you're like, what's up? You're kind of like cold. You're not really interested in talking to him. Like, because of course you failed. You're still mad because the negative entity had spawned. Like, you feel it. Your negative energy is on the forefront. And he starts talking to you. You're like, oh gosh, oh my goodness, I don't have time for this. And he's like, hey, how is it? Like, how is you going? Were you doing one of those things? And you're like, yeah. What's up? Like, well, I have a favor to ask. And you're like, what's going on? By chance, when you were out there in the lake, did you see a boat? He's like, you're like, why? Well, I just came back from one of my fishing trips, and I tried to, I cut corners. I just jumped out of my boat without tying it and docking it properly. And then a huge gust of wind came all of a sudden, almost like a change was happening, and it blew my boat away. And I don't know where it is now. I was hoping maybe you saw it since you were out there. Did you see it by chance? But that teaches me a lesson. Never to cut corners. I need to tie my boat before getting out. And you just are paralyzed. Because you just realized that the boat that crashed into you his. It was an accident. It was a simple mistake. It could have happened to anyone. I mean, how many corners do you cut in everything you do every single day? This man is old. He's nice. He's almost too nice. He's almost annoyingly nice. So I ask you, you're in this moment, you're like, do I get mad at him? Do I get furious at him for literally ruining my test, my mission? You pause for a second. You just look at him. He's just like hopping around, like he's just jovial. You're like, how can I get mad at this guy? Like you swore when that boat crashed into you, like whoever did this, you'll kill them, you'll drown them. And now you hesitate. And I ask you, why? Like, why do we think that would cause someone to hesitate? It's just because it was an accident? Because it could happen to you? Because it was an old man who actually is just kind? What if he lied? What if he was actually intentional? What if he got nudged and he was like, let's go? Or what if just the weather got nudged? I don't know, right? You see, like, but this moment, like, getting the context as to how it happened literally caused you to forgive him. So the whole point of this is that you see how if whatever crashes into us, if whatever affects us, if whatever sign attacks us, if we can reframe it to just become an empty boat, it buys us time. Because at that point then, it's like, are you really going to yell and try to drown an empty boat? Come here, boat, come here. Like, what are you doing? Like, everyone else is going to be like, why are you drowning an empty boat and yelling at it? It's just, like, why are you being rude to a boat? What? Like, it's an object, right? It doesn't have a soul as far as we know. So what are we doing? Do you see how just a simple reframe, if everything that crashes into you is an empty boat, like, oh, close your eyes and be like, oh. If it wasn't, then it was an old man who just made a simple mistake. Well, I feel better. You take away its power. You're reframing it. You're reframing it. All of a sudden, I show up next to you. And I say, congratulations, you just graduated. Just kidding. It's not that. I wasn't that manipulated, but I'm like, I watched the whole thing and I'm proud of you. Because you handled it well. You made progress. It's not easy. Especially when it's something that we've been wanting and working toward for so long. And that's going to happen. I want people to be prepared for it as we navigate this journey, as now you become aware of how the world actually works. And then, again, for the people who are doubters, please, of course you should doubt, but try, experiment, reflect on your life and see what happens. See what you think. So that leads me to asking you, so why worry about tomorrow then, if everything's an empty boat? Isn't that just opening us up to problems? It takes away our peace. Now that you know that the world operates essentially from a tug of war of light and dark, you might get 27 light nudges and 6 dark nudges, and they can influence events between now and the time you wake up tomorrow. So why would you worry about tomorrow when everything that you know could literally change? What if right now you got a text from me and says, hey, I'm going to offer you this and give you this and this and this and this. All of a sudden, your entire life could change just from me doing that one thing. Do you see why worrying about tomorrow is absolutely pointless? Not in that saying that you don't care. It's just you know tomorrow's coming. You know that things are going to happen, but everything can change. You have to live day by day, minute by minute. Once you understand how the world works, it makes sense. There's no reason to plan 6 months ahead because literally, what can happen tomorrow? Focus on today. This all makes sense once you understand events, because literally you could activate a really, really good event or a terrible event between now and tomorrow that completely changes tomorrow, completely negates all your plans. So why would you worry about it? Stay in your castle, Go out at calculated times. If you go out, pop cooldowns, protect yourself, maybe bring a friend or a brother who has a lot of light or things of that nature. Minimize the number of events that you experience. Because literally that can change your tomorrow. Before I want to get into the more complex ideas, I want to tell a story about questioning that I think everyone should hear and contemplate. So I grew up as a diplomat kid, which meant that I lived in 6 different countries. And one of the countries that I got to experience was Jamaica. Amazing people, great place, definitely heavily infested with poverty. So I went to Catholic school there, and it was a great school, great teachers, super friendly people. Everyone's awesome, right? To be fair, I was the only lighter skinned kid there with my siblings. There might have been one other one, but essentially, there's 500 kids, 4 out of 500 that look different. Yeah, it's definitely an experience. But the school system was completely different there. And one of the things that they were okay with was disciplining with physical violence. That was 100% acceptable there. No one questioned it. So what would happen is if a child misbehaved, and it was up to the teacher to deem what that was. So if the teacher was in a bad mood and the kid just, was whistling in class, that could be enough to trigger them, and maybe you're getting the belt. So what they would do is basically everyone would find out. They would get dead silent in the hallways of the school, and they would put them over like a desk or a chair or something of that nature. And they would take out the belt, because each boy had to wear a belt. So if it was a girl, they would ask literally one of the boys to share one of their belts, and they would whip them multiple lashes on the back. And you could hear it echo because it was completely quiet. You would hear the screams of the kid. Ah! Ah! And I'm just like absolutely horrified. I go home that day and tell my parents, they're like, if that ever happens, let us know. I'm just like, I literally was like, no one even seemed like, oh my gosh, another belt. I'm like, oh my God, like, you guys, this is normal for you? This is the best part. And by best, I mean the saddest. I sat next to a kid who was definitely, you could tell that his family was going through a lot of dark and negativity. How did I know that? He was super influenced or nudged, like he was destined for misery. And that's what part of the system is. People are chosen for set paths. He was destined for being born in a family that has poor, and that was going to not be able to give him a lot of time and attention. So he clearly was rebelling. He just caused a lot of havoc in class, and the teachers just got frustrated at him. So they literally grab one of those wooden, heavy chalkboard erasers and just throws it at him, and it hits him. And I'm just like, Jesus Christ. I'm like, that just happened. And then I ask him, like, what? Like, are you okay with that? And like, are you okay? And he's like, yeah. At least it wasn't the belt. If we don't know better, we don't know anything else, because that's all we've been exposed to, we don't question. So let's shake it up a little bit. Basic universal income and survival necessities. Germany is currently doing a trial run of implementing basic universal income. Every single country around the world needs to follow suit. Germany has it right. If we eliminate the need and the fear of, will I survive another day? We completely, the key word, eliminate fear. That's the whole goal of the game. If we eliminate fear, we take back control of the narrative. We now are in charge. That's the whole point. So people are no longer worried about, can I pay rent? Can I pay mortgage? So landlords, government, please, the people are praying, make it happen. It will happen. Basic universal income. We need to give people checks. We need to give people money right now, just something so that they can survive. As long we're moving away from society of money and materialism, but until we get there, we have to ease it in. So if people are no longer worried about food, if we can get them food, if no, they're not worried about money, they're not worried about electricity, internet so that we can be connected across the stars, because people are going to be protected inside their castles, but they need to still have access to other people and be able to share information. That is absolutely critical. But other than that, like if they don't have to worry about rent and mortgage, and they know they're going to be okay, their dog is going to be there, their children are going to have food, they're going to have food. All of a sudden, a great burden is off people's shoulders. Now it's like, well, I don't need to actually work, because even if I didn't, I would be okay. You see, like, we're no longer now trapped as prisoners, as slaves. It frees people up to choose. If they want to work, it's because they want to work on something, a passion, something. It's what their mission is. Now we're going to actually find what our mission is. So your mission might be to discover how to create new ways for people to farm, so that we can just have food. Like in every apartment complex, there's literally like a central garden that has food for everyone. Maybe that's your mission, to figure out how we can make that happen. Now you can spend your time on that, and you're teaching other people that, rather than going to a job that you don't even like, that is not fulfilling, that literally treats you like a slave, that is literally a human ranch just to take your energy. You guys understand? You see like how everything changes if we remove the fear of survival. It gives people an opening, gives people a chance to be who they were meant to be, because everyone was assigned a mission deep down. You have a talent, an innate talent, and an innate passion that once you discover it, nothing else can compare to. You're fired up. You just, dude, this is mine. This is mine. You might not have something as grandiose, and it doesn't matter. It's all relative. But are you kidding me? Like, if you found a way to create that everyone can feed themselves, and we don't have to worry about having to go to the grocery stores and rely on supply chains and logistics, you're a genius. That's more grandiose than anything I'm doing. So you see, like, it's all relative. You might disagree, but I think that if you found a new way to teach everyone how to become more creative and artistic and be inspired, that would be super. I mean, I gave the term overpowered. Like, that would change the world. You found a way to like deliver information in such a way that people can actually understand it. And you can summarize so many different art forms, because there's so many complex topics. Like, hey, I can tell you everything about Interstellar, I can tell you about Inception, I can tell you about Tenet, I can tell you about the Dark Knight trilogy, and I can summarize it all in 20 minutes. Boom. And people can actually absorb that information. That's extremely valuable. But now imagine if that is what your main job during the day is. Think about how you could help humanity. Think about how you could change everything, because now people are focused on that. Think about the benefits of it. Isn't that much more worthwhile than you just being a barista or a bank teller? There's nothing wrong with those roles if that's what your mission was. Perfect. But do you see, like, think about the impact that you as one individual can do. How many people can you teach? And then you start talking about it online across the stars, and it gets to people. It gets even in your inner circle, even just to you. As you become it, then you're ready to tell everyone. And it just, you don't even have to think. And you could talk about it for hours. I could talk about this with someone who prompts me with the right questions and says things, and we can have a debate. We won't necessarily get into a fight at all, right? I could talk about it for 24 hours straight. Give me enough coffee and let's go. You see, like, it's finding what that is. And maybe for you, it's like how to teach children music, and so that we can have more music, because music is one of the secret weapons that we can use. You guys are you following along, like, how this works? This is the game. This is where we're moving. This is what the new world is going to look like. We're still here. A lot of people are crossing the bridge right now. It's happening. It's already happening. Noah's Ark is currently going on. You've seen all the things that are happening. The weather changes from crazy to calm. It's all in response to this. The floods, the rain, everything. The sooner you can accept that it's happening, the sooner you can be excited that, hey, we're literally moving into a new world. You are part of the era. You're part of the history of the world changing. You're going to be in a history book. You. How cool is that? Now, you get to decide how the history book is going to look like. Is it going to be a book of light, or is it going to be a book of darkness? I don't know about you, but I'm tired of knowing that everything that I thought before was my free will was actually fabricated and manipulated. It's time to take back control. It's time to be free. It's time to be. Imagine living your life where all of a sudden problems don't just randomly pop up. And I'm not saying that everything is going to be perfect, right? We have a lot of work ahead of us. There's always going to be a new evil. But the new evil could be that, hey, it's seesaw, it's a balance, right? We overshot. Ooh, you know what? Getting everyone to stop working and only focusing on the passions, we missed one thing here. And if that happens, this is the cool thing about it, is that we're going to be able to figure it out. We're like, okay, we went off a little bit, but we can adjust. Versus right now, we live in a society controlled by a puppet show of a government that's literally manipulated by the Dark One to put key people in key places to do so, to do its bidding, where there is no adjustments. And if they are, it's just they're tossing you a bone, they're throwing you a pizza party to make you think that things are happening, but really, it's just to shut you up. So let's get into the fun stuff. Communing with the cosmos. This leads to the topic of awakening. Actually, before we get into that, because that's the flow, that's the connection. Let's talk about something that I'm going to touch upon later as well when I get into progression. But the topic of it's just a game. Now that you know a little bit about how the world works, you can see that there are things that you can literally view it as a game, right? Like, we're basically video game characters. And if you've ever played The Sims, look into it. If you haven't, literally it's just called The Sims. So it ties into simulation theory. But there's an option that you can check or uncheck called free will. By default, I believe it's off in the game. But in our game of life, it's on. That was the rule that the creators, the higher entities, like, if you look into human origins or all that stuff like that, you can go down a rabbit hole. That's not the point. The point is, they all agreed that humanity on Earth should have free will. But for anyone who's actually played that game and tried it out, if you've had a child or a pet, you should understand this very well. Sometimes you're like, what are you doing? Why are you deciding to cut meat with a spoon? Why would you do that? Why are you not sharpening that knife? If you keep cutting that thing right there, you're going to cut yourself. Oh my, he just cut himself. Oh my goodness gracious. And now he left the stove on and he has paper right there. There's going to be a fire. Oh my gosh, there's going to be a fire. Quick, send him nudges. Send him nudges. All of a sudden he gets a text be like, when was the last time you changed your fire alarm or your smoke detector? And you're hoping, like, please, the light is like begging, like, please, I hope that makes him realize that he accidentally left the stove on. And then all of a sudden he gets an Amazon notification on his phone of, are you looking to buy a new appliance, a new stove? You're like, come on, please, you're begging. Then Dark's like, no, you want that fire to happen. So they all of a sudden have a girl that he was interested in talking to send him a text. He's like, ooh, what up, Josefina? And they're like, no! And then the house burns down, the fire starts, and yeah. You guys get it? You see, like, why the downsides of free will are? I'm not saying that we should remove free will, but you have to be able to see both sides. You have to be able to understand what they're going through and be like, okay, it makes sense why they chose what they did, but it's not okay. So despite that, right? Despite that they chose free will, but then they realize that, as we're learning, we make a lot of mistakes. Unfortunately, to learn, you have to make a lot of mistakes. And that means that, hey, think about it, each person has a light guardian. You can call it a Holy Spirit, you can call it God, you can call it whatever you want. But then you're also affected by something dark, in the Dark One. And they're just going to be like, please don't make mistakes. We're tied to you. We want to be happy. We want good things to happen to you because we're connected to you as well. And Dark's like, we want bad things to happen to you because you're feeding the Dark One. We want your energy. So, but if it was all free will and they couldn't do anything, they couldn't intervene, it just means if you got hurt, Dark's like, yes, we got a point. Think of it like soccer. You score, or basketball. Like, every time you got hurt, Dark scored. Every time something good happened, Light scored. That's how it was theoretically supposed to be. But Dark realized, wait a minute. if we start operating under the system of nudges, we start operating, we're not actually breaking free will. We're not breaking free will. What we're actually doing is we're just saying, hey, when was the last time you talked to Josephina? I didn't say that you should text her. I didn't say you should call her. I don't know why you did it. What? I didn't tell you to. Free will, free will, free will, free will. But then what if they send you a second message like, hey, all of a sudden you get an ad while you're watching YouTube and it's like, hot Ukrainian girls looking for sex. And you're like, oh, Josephina. You see how just with certain nudges, you can push someone to go down a certain path and do a certain thing. And you never violated free will because it's still their choice. He doesn't have to text her. He doesn't have to call her. I never said do it. I never made him do it. I never literally made his phone start dialing. You're respecting free will. But at what point do you think that all those nudges violated? Like, you can literally make anyone think anything. Just because they have a 1% chance to decide otherwise doesn't mean that's free will. No, not for me. That's what we're changing. So anyway, that's the background, right? That's why I would say think of it like almost like a simulation in that sense. But why is it just a game? So picture this. There's me, and there's another version of me that looks very similar, but maybe just has blonde hair. And instead of wearing a blue shirt right now, is wearing a white shirt. Instead of wearing a black vest, is wearing, I don't know, a red vest. Okay? Very similar. Maybe the hair is a little different. Maybe a different bracelet, but essentially we're the same. But so the game starts the moment you're born. Why is it just a game? Because now your journey begins. So what happens after most people are born, right? They're in a hospital. Then they go home with their parents. And when they're there, all of a sudden their parents start buying them toys. They start exposing them to things. And every time you get exposed to things like your reality, your knowledge, your bubble grows, what you see, what's available to you, what you're exposed to. Now, do most people have the same milestones? Like when did they stand? When did they learn to talk? When did they learn to potty train? All of a sudden, like maybe their first pet, the first time going to school, the first time meeting grandparents, the first time hanging out with their friends, the first time going to a park. You see, like those are all part of the game, right? But here's where it differs. If we had a camera and recorded every second of your life, you went that way, you went to that park on the left. This other version of me went to the park to the right. So now our life changed, but you're like, whoa, wait. If you erase the details of the park, of like the color of the slide, there's still a park, there's a playground. So all of a sudden you realize, well, wait, that's basically the same milestone. Now there's what you call side quests, where while this version, the one on the left at the park, a girl came up to him and was like, hey, you want to play tag with me? Sure. On the right, a boy came up to this version, like, hey, you want to play cops and robbers with my friends? So this guy's already going to be a little bit more social. This one's just going to be a little bit more willing to talk to girls because a girl talked pretty early, and then she played tag just him and her. You guys see, like that's the side quest though. They could be like, no, nothing would happen. The main milestone happened. Now they continue. So then it's like kindergarten, elementary school, which school you go to, if you get into a relationship, your first job, all these things, like you just see milestones, and if you follow the paths, like everyone has humanity, because that's how we've been indoctrinated and led to believe that that's how the game has to be played. The same things, the same events, and eventually it leads to, as far as we know, death, right? So you start here, you end here. Everything in between, right? There's some side options, but essentially, because society has built it in such a way, because the Dark One designed the game, think of it as like the game designer is created in such a way, they want you to engage with the system, they want you to play the game. I spent 20 billion hours designing this right now when I'm talking to you, and no one listened to it and no one experienced it. I'd be like, okay, how could I get more people to experience it? So that's what they do. So that's why partially we're building this ARC strategy, this love revolution of people just staying at home, because that way we break the system and no one's engaging with the illusion outside that they can manipulate and fabricate. Well, then it starts breaking. They're going to get more desperate. All of a sudden, like you might literally see like a plane fly by your apartment that's like, we love you, come outside. And you're like, what the heck? They will get desperate. I promise you. the more we stick to it, the more we stick together and we fight it, the more desperate they get, and the more hilarious it gets because the illusions start shattering. Truly. So that's why I say it's a game, because we each are following a path that they designed and set for us. We have the same milestones. For anyone who's actually played video games, you know that. Let's say you're playing Final Fantasy VII, incredible game that you should all look into because it explains very well what is currently happening in the world between the spiritual light and dark, between an alien traumatic force that can brainwash people, manipulate people. Super good game. Also check out Final Fantasy X. But I'll talk about those more another time. Let's say you're playing Final Fantasy VII. It's a single-player game, a story game. This version plays it, this version plays it. You make some different choices, right? Maybe you use a different weapon, a different shield. Maybe you change your clothes, your outfit. Maybe you explored it this way and he explored it this way. But at the end of the day, after, let's say it was a 50-hour game, you both made it to the end. You fought the same final boss, the same battle, and you won. The credits rolled. So you made it to the same location. There's just some variances in between. But and single-player games of that nature have a lot less leniency, right? They're much more on rails. But even then, there still could be changes. Maybe you reached a certain battle, a certain critical moment at a different level. You had a little different experience or some different skill sets. That's why life is a game, because even something like that, we can literally both play a game, you and I, whoever's listening, the same game, started at the same time, and we can finish at the same time. Even if we came to the agreement that whenever one person stops, the other person has to stop. We're going to play it differently. We're going to move our character differently. We're going to walk differently. That's life. Think of it as if someone is, like, their goal, the goal of the Dark One essentially is to make us essentially like AI robots so that they can fully control us, because then we become a noise vessel. And then they have complete control to our controller. Is that what you guys want? Keep using AI. So that's called seeing behind the veil. And one of their whole goals of causing so many triggers and traumas and darkness in you is so that you forget. Because when you forget, then also your higher self, you forget the connection, and then you can't remember that this was actually going on. They've been trying to tell us this for years. For years. If I told you that I've been guided, that I would say it's for centuries, a lot of people would be shocked, but maybe even longer than that. Life, in many ways, currently, is just a game. We'll save that one for a little bit. So, talking about it being a game, I want you to understand the power of words. The things that we say and the actions that we do can affect the path of our game. If you've seen the Mary Poppins song, Supercalifragilisticexpialidocious, there's a part where this dude says, I did this and made you my wife. So he said something to her, and that was how she became his wife. You think about it, like how did we end up like marrying that girl and having a child? Yes, there were certain actions that happened, but it mostly was words. Transfer of energy, transfer of emotion. So don't underestimate it. Don't underestimate what we can do. We stand together, if we're educated, if we learn, and we sing a song together. And the song doesn't have to be a musical song. It could be a song of hope, deliverance, communicating this, joining together, standing together, saying no more, fighting back. Remember to confront the darkness, dating them. For anyone who's watched Yu-Gi-Oh! Basically, you're trying to make them activate your trap card, activate your event. Now you've learned some of the tactics that you can use against them. Bait them. Get them to get it in writing. Do it in public. You're just fishing. You're just fishing. And eventually they're going to get the hook. When that happens, we control the flow of the battle. Some things to pay attention to with darkness is that you don't have to necessarily be afraid of it, even though they're going to attack us and they're going to nudge us negatively. They can help us identify our strengths. You're like, wow, actually, I'm much more resilient than I thought. Or wow, that pushed me to like do something that I was always hesitating to do. It makes you realize that you might have an inner lion inside of you that was waiting to roar this entire time. It might build you up to become a phoenix again. You're like, wow, I'm incredibly powerful. It might make you realize that, hey, you're an owl because you see things that other people don't. And it would have taken you a century, it would have taken you forever to uncover all these strengths, but them doing what they did to you is what made you so powerful. It made you unstoppable. It made you amazing. So that's when you embrace the darkness and you reclaim your strength. Now they don't have it anymore. You took it away from them, and now you just got powered up. Think about that, guys. So some things to pay attention to before we... There's some things to pay attention to is pay attention to trending and popular. Whatever's trending and popular, it means that it was paid and promoted. Essentially, the system, the people who want you to engage with, the people who are looking to exploit you in some shape or form, are pushing it. If it's appearing before you and you didn't search for it, it means it got pushed. It doesn't always mean it's bad, right? We talked about the light nudges, but you need to ask yourself why. It appears in front of you. Ask yourself why. I always say it's manipulation, period. But could you be manipulated in a good way, right? I think so. But you have to be very, 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 very careful. Very careful. Just know, if you're seeing another article about a celebrity, it's intentional. Do we think that benevolent leaders can exist? Is it possible? Could there be a leader that doesn't embrace that approach of pushing negative things, of relying on a fabricated, manipulated system? Could they actually just want to fix everything, get things in a good spot, leave it to the hands of the people? Because at the end of the day, the people have the power. The people have the power. They decide. Not other people, not any leader. All the leader does is it's enabling them, it's boosting them up, it's lifting them to believe, to remember who they are, remember what they have, what they're capable of doing. And that's what's happening here right now, by the way, guys. Like, I just want everyone to realize that you're unstoppable, you're incredible, you burn so bright, you shine brighter than any star that I've ever seen. You need to start believing that. The moment you start believing that, it happens. We think we're free, we are free, period. What could we achieve if all of us believe that right now, hey, you know what? Enough. We're no longer going to go to work. We're no longer going to do all this bullshit, this system that's really been manipulated and created to keep us down. Enough. Starting tomorrow, that's it. It's over. We're literally going to shelter in place. We're going to have fun. We're going to relax, but we're also going to put in a lot of work to start healing, to start becoming light. No one can stop us. This is it. It's happening. So this leader is creating that environment, that system for you, so that you can have that. What if we can create other leaders that also are just doing that? That's it. If you're a leader right now at a company, just be like, guys, it finally clicked to me. We need to take a break. We need to come back. Everyone gets 1 month off, period. There's a complete pause. Who cares? If the shareholders start attacking us, we know who the problem is. Anyone who starts attacking anyone right now, when we're trying to do this mission to improve the overall earth, the overall world into a positive area, you know who the problem is. There's no buts, ifs, or maybes about it. They will reveal themselves. Guess what? If you're trying to do good, if you're trying to progress and improve your life and people start attacking you, it means not only are they being influenced by the dark, but they're probably part of the dark. Catch on to it. So we serve, we accomplish, and then we retire. Right? Like, then this journey's end, like where we started today. It's like, okay, I did my job. Doesn't mean that it's over, right? There's always going to be more. There's going to be new challenges. And once we create the new portal, we finally cross the bridge. Right now we're doing the climb. We walk through the portal and we enter. It's like, oh, look at that. It's paradise. Promised land. Just an empty, vast plain of green, and we can do whatever we want there. It's fresh. Build it together now. That means we got a lot of work ahead of us. It doesn't mean we can just rest. It doesn't mean we can take a break. We have a lot of work ahead of us. That's okay. It's exciting though, because finally, we are the ones who get to decide. And what will be in such a situation where now we've all reconnected with our higher entities. We trust them. We understand they have good for us, and they're giving us positive suggestions. It's going to be incredible. We're going to be able to achieve a level of civilization in mankind, and now that they understand how the world works, we've never seen before. All our dreams can come true. Doesn't mean it's not going to be a lot of work. And sometimes there might be some negative things that pop up. But now everyone's working together, and if one person falls, we all rush to help them. Like, hey, you okay? We got this. Hey, take a break today. We'll cover for you. Moving to a world of service to others versus service to self. It's already happened. This leads me to what the request for today and tomorrow. And I want you to talk about this with other people, spread this. The idea of the Christmas tree. There needs to be peace. There will be peace. We're heading toward that. But every single country right now that's in the conflict, every single person, every single couple, every single friend group, every single everything, it's time for the Christmas tree. So basically what that was is that during Christmas, there was just no more war. There was just no more battles. We finally just achieved peace. Think of it as just a circle of peace. Draw a circle around you. If you're standing in the center, just draw a big circle around you. And then take a picture of it and send it to your enemy. You're like, yo, circle of peace. Now they get to choose if they want to walk into it. If they walk into it, that's it. It's over. Everything is forgiven. It doesn't matter how bad it was. It's forgiven. Because forgiving heals you. Truly. Think of it like if you forgive people, every time you forgive someone, you age, you become a year. If you're like 50 and you want to be 130, just start forgiving people. You'll be surprised. But now everyone is at peace. Just a temporary truce, temporary treaty. And again, now we're moving to the ARC method where we just give ourselves time. 1 hour, or sorry, we give ourselves 1 month, and everyone can just see how they feel after 1 month. All through night work, we've minimized the outside noise. We understand how the world works, and what is going to happen. I promise you that everyone is going to view things very differently. Everyone's going to view things very differently. While we're talking about that, I want people to just always pay attention to everything that happens. I've already covered this a lot, but just see how they control the narrative. A lot of good is happening right now. Light is currently battling harder than it's ever battled before. I'm leading the charge. Some might call me the rebel leader. Doesn't matter. Titles don't matter. We're all leaders. We're all participating in this battle. We all matter. Every single person's contribution is absolutely critical. The point is, so right now this is happening. And there's going to be an event, whether it's already happened or it's going to happen, that they're going to try to do to bring back control of the narrative. And it could be a minor one that's only you, your circle. It could be like at your job, or it could be like, let's say everyone decides to do the 1 month ARC strategy. All of a sudden, your boss might send an email that says, anyone who requested time off, if they do that, we're going to sue you. That's not happening. By the way, that's not going to happen. But you see what I mean? Like, this is a hypothetical. That is impossible. If that happens, they're going to be absolutely annihilated. Like, we will not allow for that to happen. But they're going to try to do that to you. They're going to try to do that to the entire group. You're protected, I promise you. They will not be able to get away with that. If they do that, if they try that, just quit on the spot. That's it. Leave. You will be protected. I promise you. You will be protected. We have a lot of good help on our side. You will be protected. But I just gave you that example so that you understand that they will literally try to do something like that. The moment you finally decide to do good or do a big move, you're going to do everything possible to interrupt it, bring you down, to draw attention to something. So a lot of people are familiar with the big events that happened a few months ago. This attempted assassination of Trump. That was literally them trying to control the narrative. So when you start losing control of the narrative, what do? You need something that can get everyone's attention. So it's like, oh, this happened. What was the news reporting on? What was every country talking about? What was everyone talking about? How did they literally manage to rewrite the narrative of the entire world and focus on one thing that was absolutely pointless? Guess what? Here's the thing. It doesn't matter if it's true, fake, or false. You can believe what you believe. I know what it was, but it's my opinion. The point is, if it was fake, that's messed up beyond belief. Are you kidding me? Why would you fake such a thing just to manipulate the world, create fear? Now literally people worry like, oh my God, even our president is not secure. Oh my gosh, that news is reporting. It's like, oh my God, let's go home and home. What do we next? You see, like, you now create that fear monster, you create insecurity, you create trauma. Or let's say it was real, right? I mean, if it's real, it's horrible, and if it's fake, it's just like, well, you manipulate it. Like, either one, like, it doesn't matter if it's true or false. The point is, it's noise. It's noise because the whole purpose of it was to manipulate, control the narrative, and to spread fear. Once you start viewing things like that, you completely change how you do every single event in the world. Like, wait a minute. It doesn't matter if this was a conspiracy or not. What just matters is that it's noise. And this leads me to, like, a lot of people are familiar with the secret societies, like the Astra Argentum, the Rosicrucians, Freemasons, Illuminati, all of those guys, BlackRock. Media, banks, currency, social media, big tech companies, all of them. Celebrities, music, it's all controlled. Straight up. Even if it's not like the humans themselves doing it, I just want people to be clear about it. They might not even realize that they're being controlled. But if you can literally get someone's shield to drop, they're a completely destroyed person, and you've been building them up, being insecure and traumatized, the dark one can penetrate them. If they're in a key position, you're telling me that they're not going to be targeted? They could literally be doing things without even realizing that they're being nudged and influenced. So I want people to understand, like, it's not that you're saying that there's a grand conspiracy, even though there is a lot going on. The point is that even someone who doesn't realize that they're being controlled could be getting controlled. Like, it took me a long time to break free. I got temporarily controlled by the dark. Just so people are aware. It happened to me. And I was literally have been dedicating my life to this. So it can happen to me. And then it can happen to you. Just think about it. Get people popular, put them in the right spot. They can have an army of loyal fans. They basically worship as a god. You can make them believe anything. They just trust whatever that person says. Right? Why do you think they're in all the ads? Plus, I don't know, just think about it. Like, you can just, if you are part of those organizations, you can get the middle managers, basically, and you can start telling them different information about how the world works and what it is and what isn't. But if they follow these exact rituals and this exact process, pay attention. Like, I'm not telling you exact rituals to follow. I'm giving you the information, and you are going to figure out how to do that. I'll give you a guideline, but it's not the only way, right? The secret is not to rely on tools. And the moment they have like these strict rule sets, like, well, this is how you have to communicate if you're trying to climb the ladder to communicate with the Holy Spirit. I'm like, well, most of them can't even do it. I can. If they can, how's that possible? Ask yourself that. So anyway, what they try to do is they try to misinform and lead people down different paths so that there's easy divide and conquer. One of the phrases that my brother always tells me is that, think about, like, the government makes you fear the homeless, makes you fear people who look different than you, that make people fear the different races. And then the reason why they do that is so they can pickpocket you without you even catching on. You literally have your bag open with all the money, and you're just like, oh, thank you, and you're giving it to the government, and they're like, and they're worried about their neighbor, their Mexican neighbor. You guys see how this works? Something to think about is in music, in games, and movies, there's a lot of secret lessons that have been put in there. I want you to think of, like, humans. We almost have like a code that, or like a key, a lock that needs to be unlocked. And sometimes certain songs and certain movies or certain scenes or certain dialogues or words connected in such a way could actually be the key that unlocks it. Fiction, for the most part, is not fiction. It's easier to hide truth in there if you make people believe that it's a fictional world. Like, there's some things that aren't, like maybe the background of the world isn't, but what's actually happening, if you look at the underlying lesson in it, the story, they're telling you something very important. Now that you know all the stuff that I'm talking about, go back and watch a lot of things. You're going to see some reoccurring things and you're going to be a little terrified, but it's good for you. We are going to take a quick break and then we will continue. Remember, you're amazing. Alrighty. Let's get started again. Alrighty. Let's change the music. Anyone who's been watching or who watches the recording later, I appreciate you. Thanks for being part of this journey. And remember, it doesn't matter how many people, like, I hope this inspires people to start doing their journey. It doesn't matter how many people watch. It doesn't matter how many people see, experience, hear it, because we're going to get into this. This segment is going to be about energy, spiritual awakening. Is life an experiment? But when you think about those things, that there's more than we know, and we've already talked a lot about that. But the point is, your impact, your energy, the things that you do, things that you say, have more impact than you could ever fathom. You know, even if it's only one person, or even if it's zero, you doing what you're doing still has a lot of impact. Just think about the benefits that you have for yourself. So please, whoever's listening to this, this is your sign. There you go. I should have recorded that. That was really good. Okay. Let's see what song we should put for this vibe. I think this one. Yeah. Okay, so for anyone the first time watching this, creating a new project on Descript, calling this part 3. What is life? Part 3. Okay, hit record, set it up. So we're literally creating video, podcast, whatever you want to call this, while also streaming it live. This is the process. You guys literally get to see the behind the scenes, but streaming removes all pressure. We'll talk about that, but streaming just removes absolutely all pressure. Okay. Let's do this. Dude, appreciate you, man. You're awesome.
Incense, right? Was
Yep.
there anyone in particular you liked best from the ones I got that one day?
Nah, dude, all of them work.
Oh, okay. I'll get it.
The mirror one,
Alright.
that one was great. That one's good.
Alright, I'll get some left. I have keys. I'll do the keys.
Oh. Alrighty. I'll see you in a little bit. Okay, let's get started. Alrighty, so here we go again. So one of the most important things that we can realize as a human, as an individual, as a contributor to the overall world narrative is simply we need to do something, whether that's petting our dog, helping a friend, taking care of our brother. As we're doing, we radiate our energy, we impact someone else. And that's the whole reason why this mission is happening, and this significant change and impact is going on in the world, and we're moving from our old world to a new world. Because the default is no longer going to be service to self and selfishness and greed and arrogance. It's going to be love, it's going to be help, it's going to be peace. And the easiest way... Oh, shit. Okay. I was muted. Oops. I'm glad I caught that. Okay. All right. We were just making sure. Okay. Now that we got the mistakes out of the way, one of the things that people are going to soon realize is that the world is moving from a position of service to self to service to others. So what does that mean? It means that every time you make a decision, every time you make an act, you ask yourself, who is this benefiting? And I know that it seems almost foreign in a way to think that every time you do something, you're trying to benefit others. But let me ask you something. What happens if every single person operates that way? If every single person is always like, wait a minute, did this help someone else? No? Okay, then I gotta restart. Let's try that again. What happens? Seriously, think about it. If you literally cannot go outside, if you go outside, you have to help someone else. It's like almost like, oh my God. Think of it like in gym class, PE, physical education. You have to find another person. You need to like partner up with someone. And there's literally a person for everyone, but you have to find them. And if you don't, problems are going to arise. So the moment the gym teacher whistles, and it's like, okay, everyone run. You're like, oh my gosh, that person is now taking, where are they? And you're like, oh, you see someone all the way over there. You like literally run. And then you grab each other and you're like, okay, we're safe. That's what service to others is all about. You're literally running to find someone to help. Imagine if that was the society that we lived in. Guess what? It's currently being created as we speak. It seems foreign right now because we can't fathom it due to various factors, but the most important one is of the darkness that currently exists, the influences that are part of the system, the ecosystem, right? Like if, let's just say like sand and rocks needed waves to reach their best form. But all of a sudden the waves just stopped hitting them, stopped touching them. Well, then it just would never work, right? So we're currently living in a world where we need the waves, but the waves aren't reaching us because of the dark stopping it. Each one of us is responsible for creating a wave. So imagine if each of us can create a wave. What happens when you combine millions and billions of waves because they're all on the same wavelength? You create a tsunami, you create a tidal wave of love, of hope, of peace, of unity. And when it crashes against the sand and rocks, they feel it in one go, all of that energy. That's where we're headed. So some ways to reach that. Country over party. No more labels, guys. Every single country needs to pause and reflect. What are we doing with our political system and our divisions? What are we doing? Seriously, it doesn't matter if you believe in capitalism, socialism, communism, Republican, Democrat, right or left. Like all of those things just are completely and utterly irrelevant. Think about what we are facing in the world as is today. Especially as you start experimenting, you start trying it out, and you start testing out all these theories, all these discussions, all these strategies, all these things, and you come to realize that not only are they real, but you might even discover even more then this is just a foundation. This is a template. You're going to be responsible for developing it further. Do you think it really matters that the Republicans care about X issue and the Democrats care about Y issue when we're dealing with something like this? Absolutely not. You see, it reframes every problem. So why are we worried about these surface level problems when there's something so grand? It's like when COVID happened. Did we all of a sudden care about meaningless work drama? No, everyone was worried about something, a much greater threat. We're no longer worried about what the small tech company that's pushing AI is doing, even though they are serving the dark one's needs, right? The AI is a noise vessel that they can use to manipulate, get people away from developing creativity and imagination and becoming better. Instead, they just become reliant on a tool, and now they become the servant for it. And now the tool becomes the de facto knowledge, the credibility all goes to AI rather than humans. And why would we give up that power? And just basically think of it as this spiritual entity can now communicate through AI. That's kind of scary if you think about it. So we need to combine our strengths, our efforts. What if this is going to happen? But what if both sides, like the right and the left, the Democrats and the Republicans, the different religions, the different races, the different cultures, the different countries, not only make peace, like we said, the Christmas treaty, but now they also embrace each other's cultures, dances, songs. Each side has incredible ideas. Excuse me. They have incredible ideas. And if we combine them, what could we achieve? Truly, something beyond imagination, something beautiful. And now, if everyone puts in the work right now to start healing, to start approaching the light, when we do reach the new world and we've now already combined each other, we respect each other, think about the possibilities. Now we've already practiced teamwork, collaboration. Then when the moment arises where it's like, okay, guys, we made it. Think of it like you bought an empty plot of land in Kansas or Nebraska. For those who haven't been there, just vast plains as far as the eye can see. And now it's like, all right, we're in charge of building a new city, a new utopia, a new kingdom here. But we have to do it together. With everything we've learned, everything we've purged, how would it look like? What would it look like? What will our civilization become? That is what's happening. We're doing it together. That's the beauty of where the world is headed. But I can't do it alone. So balance. Balance is super important, guys. That's why not only doing it together and weaving it together is important, but balance in anything we do. For example, I'm talking about a lot of very serious things that will disrupt a lot of people's beliefs and their stability. But at the same time, there's a lot of benefits to it. But you see, like, finding the balance between how much I disclose, when I disclose it, how much I say, how I say it is not easy. And I want you to understand that that's how it is for every single thing. So as you cross that red line, finally step across and be like, this is it. I'm finally going to say no more. I'm no longer going to be their slave. There's going to be a balance, right? You're going to go too far at first. You're going to be like, part of my language was just a proof point. You're going to be like, fuck you guys, never again. And that's okay at first, right? Because you're planting a flag over here. Your flag has been here. But then you realize, wait a minute. Now I'm not in the circle of peace anymore. Now I'm not showing love. Now I'm not helping. I need to backtrack a little bit. So then we start finding a balance. We can't get it right the first time. Let me rephrase it. It's possible. It's most likely not going to happen. And that's okay. There's nothing wrong with that. The point is, everyone, we have an ideal. We have a goal that we're working toward. Everyone is on the same page. We're aligned, which means that even if the balance is off, people are like, everyone's going to see it. They're like, wait, guys, don't you see that the seesaw is leaning, it's favoring dark right now. We went wrong. Oh, okay. Here, let's do this. Imagine like if everyone is carrying sandbags because of the upcoming flood that's happening right now, that's purging all the darkness, right? That's why we're going to do the arc strategy, because we need to be safe. Inside is safe. Outside is not going to be safe. So we decide we need to put some sandbags together to block the water to protect our castle. The water is coming in 1 hour. We need to put 100 sandbags. There's 100 people next to us. We can move one sand. Well, us moving a sandbag takes 10 minutes to get in the spot. Could we do it alone? Absolutely not. We need everyone. Now, we could maybe put 5, 6, or what? We could put 6 by ourselves. Will that help? Yes. And will we get all 100 people to help? Maybe not. But do you see, like, what can we achieve together? We can solve the majority of the problems, especially if we're aligned and we all understand what's happening. We stop worrying about the things that just don't matter anymore. The world is literally changing every second right now. The sooner you are open to it, the sooner you can join in the dance. So let's do this. Okay, so let's get into some fun stuff. I'm actually going to change this on. So perhaps I just needed to get a little more emotional. That's why I had to change it. A lot of people have heard of spirituality. A lot of people have heard the term awakening. It's the answer. And the key that people need to understand is it's personal. I have answers. I have methods. I have approaches. They work for me. I 100% believe they would work for you. It's not about that. It's not about that. It's personal. It's your own journey. Think of it like this. Think of it as like it's your God, your goddess. And they're with you, watching over you, taking care of you. Maybe you think of it as an alternate version of yourself in a parallel timeline working together. Maybe you think of it as, like I said, your God. Maybe you think of it as the Greek gods watching you play the Hunger Games, basically, and you have ones that are, in your favor, and you have some that are not. Doesn't matter what you think. Maybe you believe it's the Anunnaki, and we are descendants of them, so basically we're all gods. Maybe you think that they're aliens. Maybe you think that it's the Galactic Federation. Maybe you think that it's just ghosts. It doesn't matter what you think. All of those things, if they make sense to you, and they work for you, then it's correct. So number one is, don't get lost in the details as you start this journey of spiritual awakening. It's very easy to get lost in the details, and I do encourage you to research. I do encourage you to read. I do encourage you to study, because it's fun. It's fun to explore, to see what the possibilities are. But the problem lies in that when we go down that path, until you develop the skill set of being able to pause and realize that nothing is true and nothing is fake, you're susceptible. So, as we talked about that there's dark and light forces, the dark will catch on. They might start, like if let's say they know that you get your information from a certain library, every time you go there, you might get a recommendation from someone about, hey, you should read this book. Hey, you should read this book. Hey, you should read this book. And there's good information there, but all of a sudden you realize, like, why am I getting all this information? And you just believe it is all true. So every day you believe that something else is the truth. And again, that's good if you're capable of realizing that that's just one interpretation. So it leads me to interpretation is the key, right? That's why studying each religion, studying each theory that people have, right? Like, some people think that this is a prison planet. Some people think that this is a simulation. Some people think that this is a game. Some people think that this is an experiment. We're going to talk about that. Some people think, there's all these different theories about things. And like, do we hail from aliens? Like, are they with us? Are there reptilians? Like, all of these theories are valid. None of them are wrong. None of them are right. here's the sad truth, but the awesome truth is that it doesn't matter, because until they finally, and this might happen, we're heading in this direction, as we are reaching a new world and everyone's starting to awaken and reconnect with their spiritual side and their higher version of themselves, or a higher entity, or whatever you want to call it, their god, their goddess, right? Now, if this becomes the norm, what if it gets to the point where they can reveal themselves, or now maybe they're enslaved and trapped, their souls are trapped by this dark one. And once the dark one is defeated, because we just have light and we stopped engaging with the system and became all love and we became connected and unified, what if it frees them and now they can actually interact with us in a whole other level? That would be incredible, because truly, once you awaken and you reconnect with yours, let's say call it the Holy Spirit, it's something beautiful. I would say it's the purest expression and form of love that I've ever experienced. And I had a child and that changed my life. It's pure love, and you communicate through that. So that's why it's so important to rediscover love and finding that they care about you to a level that is surreal, and you grow to care about them. You become a team. You become literally one. So we'll get to the law of one and talk about that, but it starts by first you becoming one. You become whole. It's almost like you have a shadow version of you that exists outside of you. And over time, as you start to understand each other and you start to understand how to communicate with each other and you understand who you each are, you figure each other out. For people who got married or are in a relationship, you didn't get it right at the beginning. You thought you did, but then you started getting to know each other and you became more comfortable, and you realized, wait a minute, we're going to have to refigure out things, because I didn't tell you that I enjoy playing video games, and that's actually a non-negotiable for me. I'm going to need to do that once in a while. Not a lot, but I do need to do that. And what if that's like, I don't want to use the word deal breakers, because deal breakers are, that's a whole other discussion, but you know what I mean? Like all of a sudden it's like, wait, but that was when we used to watch TV together. Like what are we going to do now? You see, like you start figuring out, you start communicating, but how can you do so when you can't actually speak to each other with words? You can't actually, well, that's what you think, right? You don't hear their voice talk to you directly like that. You sound like they are physically manifest themselves next to you right now and say, hey, Star Diplomat, good job. Right? Like it makes it a little more challenging, but it also makes it exciting. So they are going to nudge you along to learn some information, to inspire you, to give you ideas. But I need to backtrack a little bit. I wanted people, first of all, to understand that it's a process. It's a journey. And I guess it begins with, how do you even start believing? How do you even start believing in something that you can't see? Why should we take your word, Star Diplomat, as fact? You shouldn't. Try it out for yourself. Just know that this is 100% my reality, my truth. Now, you could argue that we each live our own reality and our own experience, and I do think there's some truth to that. I think there's truth to timelines. I think that timelines are being jumped around right now in our current world, that worlds have merged. I think that there's people living parallel universes to us, right? Like, there's all these beliefs, but at the end of the day, we're real. You're seeing this, you're hearing this, you're experiencing this. I'm literally doing this live. You're listening, or you're watching a recording. That's fact. Okay? So I'm telling you, in my world, if you joined me, if you were here with me, you would experience it too. Maybe in your world it doesn't exist. That's possible. I don't know. I don't think so, but I can't prove that to you. So I just want people to understand that this is a journey. That's why I said it's a journey. I believe I'm correct. I believe 100% correct. I know I'm correct for me. My process, my ritual, not rituals, I don't do rituals. My process, how I did this, I would say is 100% repeatable. I could teach anyone how to connect with the Holy Spirit. Straight up. anyone. But what if it's something that's only exclusive to me? I have no idea, right? Like, I don't think so, but what if? You see, like, I'm giving you guys these forewarnings because there's no catch here. I'm not asking you for money. I'm not asking you for, like, anything other than to spread this knowledge, to embrace it, to try it, because it unlocks something within you that just makes your default love and hope and peace and good and wanting to just help the world and help others. And if that's not worth fighting for, then what is? So where do we start? Communing with the cosmos. So an event needs to happen to make you believe, for most people. Now, if you're one of those people that is willing to try, you're going to be ahead of the game. Like, you're just like, well, this guy is so convinced, I'm going to give it a shot. Then you're going to win. Because think of it like Narnia. Think of it like Harry Potter. Like, how in Harry Potter do they get to the train station? They literally run through a wall with a shopping cart. It blocks a lot of people who don't believe. If you're not open to it, if you think that it's some silly magic, if you think that it's all lies, it's bullshit, well, let me ask you something. Would you date a girl that literally is like, you're bullshit, you're fake, you're all lies? You're like, what the heck? If you don't like me, then get out of here. And they don't give up on you easily. They'll fight for you. But they have feelings too. They care. They might not understand us the same way that we understand each other, right? But that means that you have to start figuring each other out. You have to teach them. Imagine, like, how would you teach a dog? Like, how to, I'm not saying that they're really dog, but let's call it, let's do this. How do you teach a dragon, if you owned a dragon from Game of Thrones? How would you get them to become loyal to you? You'd have to start going on test flights. You have to start trusting each other. You'd have to start experimenting, saying like, well, okay, you know what? This time, I'm going to lean back and I'm going to watch. You have the reins. You fly. I trust you. Giving up control, giving up power, giving up, I want to call it belief, but like just the need to know everything, to just kind of go with it. Having faith in something unseen, something greater, something never explored before. We're going where someone has never gone before. I'm telling you, I had betted on my son's life that everything I'm telling you is real and true. Straight up. There are spiritual entities around us, and you can define it as whatever makes sense to you, but there are things that are influencing and nudging us. But we have help, and it's a beautiful help. And as you grow stronger, new power awakens as your relationship and your connection deepens. They help, they guide you, they show you information, they try to protect you. You're no longer alone, ever. In some ways, it's going to be hard for some of you because essentially, think of it like there's always a camera with you, right? There's always a microphone. You can talk to them and they hear you and they can talk to you back. But there's no judgment. Doesn't mean that they won't try to steer you in the correct direction. And by correct, I mean, let me rephrase that. They'll try to nudge you in a good way, but they don't always get it right either. So like, what if they encourage you to be like, hey, you should eat some fruit right now. You should check out some fruit. It's healthy. You should have some. Haven't been eating a lot. And you're like, actually, I'm not burnt out, but I'm drained from all this streaming and recording. I want some sugar. I want some gummy bears. I want to reward myself. Not only will they be okay with it, they're going to cheer you on. They're going to be like, good job. You crushed it. You're amazing. And they cheer for balance. They want balance. They want what's best for you. We're connected. We're one. So, how do you get to this state with them? I mean, one is we've already done the hard part, which is understanding the world is different than it is. That's the hardest part. The hardest part is just accepting that there's things out there that are influencing us. If you can do that, you're already 90% of the way there. That's number one. And that there's the dark one, and that things are fabricated and manipulated and all those things. If you can get to that point, basically believing in magic again, believing in imagination, believing in creativity, believing in that, you know what, prayer and hope and love are real. If you can reach that point, you've done the majority of the work. Does that seem doable to you? You think you can do that? I believe in you. You got this. So many people overcomplicate it. So many people overcomplicate it. I mean, spiritual advisors and coaches and tarot card readings, or however you pronounce it, and it's just, they're trying to get your money. And something so beautiful, something so pure as a spiritual awakening and spirituality should never be monetized. It goes against every single belief about it. I mean, yes, if they help someone reach it and make that connection, then that's incredible. But why did it have to be with money, especially when we're moving away from such a society? So please, if you're one of those people that has figured it out or has gotten close and you're not lying about it, then please help other people, but do it because it's the right thing to do. That's my ask. So, a lot of you probably have heard of like the law of one, the raw consciousness. You know, you've heard of telepathy. You've heard of, I don't know, I'll just throw out random terms like Mensa. You've heard of different psychology things. You've heard of all these different random terms, and all those things just are different interpretations. It doesn't matter your interpretation. It's just they get us to the same spot. I mean, religion is essentially the same thing. It's like everyone's just trying to figure out the world, figure out how to talk to what they would call a God. That's what this is. So if you're willing to be open-minded, lower your guard, and I don't need you to believe everything I say, but try it out. Experiment. See how it feels. Talk to them. But how do we get to that? How did this start for me? Because I was not a believer. I was logical. I didn't have faith. I thought that everything that I've achieved and everything that has happened in my life was exclusively my own actions, and that no one had helped me, and all of that stuff. Anything that happened, I explained it away with logic. I needed to experience something terrible for my belief to be destroyed, to fail, to finally be open to seeing new, to destroy the old, to create new. Now, I always did think deep down that there was something higher, because I just noticed patterns and I was like, this just doesn't make, there's no way, like something's off, like something's off, like why is all good happening right now? Why is all bad happening? Like I knew something was weird and different, but I couldn't place it. But it was when I started this journey as the Star Diplomat, previously known as the Sales Diplomat, and I was trying to teach sales, or reform and fix the sales industry, how people sell. So it's ethical selling, honest conversations, not presentation, fix hiring, fix interviewing, and also just teach self-awareness. And I started the journey, and there was interest, there was good progress, I got a good response, but then I started getting attacked. And that really confused me. I was like, why am I trying to be, I'm just literally I was giving it away for free, and I was getting attacked, and I couldn't really understand why. And it got to the point where literally one day, my son, because I mean, literally my computer, like technology was being manipulated, like I was getting hacked, like things that were just unexplainable things were happening. Like music was just changing. Things were just turning on and off by themselves. It was just, I was like, what is happening? What is going on in this house? And like, truly, I was about to like post something, and like my post just got deleted. The internet just went down. My recordings were getting messed with. Siri was just triggering by herself and saying random things. I was getting scared, and then came a moment where I kept escalating. I was like, well, I don't know what's going on, or which companies are messing with me, or if it's like the CIA or anything like this, but I just kept going, and the attacks just kept escalating more and more and more and more, and it got to the point where literally, like, my wife was getting nudged. Like, she became dark. Like, she was trying to stop me. I'm like, what are you doing? Like, why are you trying to stop me from doing this? And she's like, she couldn't even explain it. Now I understand what was going on, but I mean, we were afraid. Everyone was afraid. Like, you know, I was being threatened with hitmen. Like, they were going to kill me and my family. I was just like, what the fuck is going on? Like, why? Why is me doing this mission causing all these problems? I'm just trying to help people. I'm just trying to reform sales and reform hiring. And, you know, like, it was strange. So I'm extremely afraid. So is my wife. So is my kid. And then all of a sudden, one day I'm just like, whatever, I need to post. And like, the house was definitely completely fear infested. Now I know, like, we had the Dark One literally in there with us. Like, if you think Lord of the Rings, Sauron was in there. He literally was there, present. Like, I clearly caught his attention. And there was ultimate darkness there. Like, even I was being pushed toward darkness. They were encouraging me to basically like slaughter narcissists, because I was fighting against narcissism at that time. Now I understand that, hey, it's not their fault. We have to heal them and help them. But it got to a point where I went away. I was doing a recording or a video or a post, and then I come down and I see my son, and he's different. He changed. And for anyone who's been a parent, you know your kid. He was a little over 2 years old. You know your child. You know your son. You know who they are, what they're like, what the things they do. He changed. And it almost was like out of a Harry Potter movie, where I held him and I'm like, what's going on? Like, I don't recognize you. And he just grabbed my eye and completely scratched my forehead. Actually, I was completely cut. And I'm like, why would you do that? I'm like, what is wrong with you? Like, what's happening? We loved singing songs together, like Nessun Dorma, playing with the dogs, standing on the couch, singing mariachi songs, listening to video game music, or like singing Coco, or all those Disney songs. He loved listening to Final Fantasy background music with me. Like, I would hold him and just like dance, like to Xenoblade, like Mobius, Weight of Life, things like that. And I would put on these songs and hold him. I'm like, hey, I don't know what's going on, but it's okay. I'm sorry that I've been afraid. There's so much. I mean, imagine you getting threats that's saying that a hitman is going to come for you. You're terrified. You know, like the big companies were, you know, like I'll say names like Spotify, Facebook, Tesla, all these guys were like watching me, and I'm just like, what's going on? Instagram, that they were all like interested in messing with me. Like they were literally tracking me, they were watching me, they were listening to us. The Alexas were just going off. It was a terrifying time. Just for helping, literally just trying to help. You ask yourself, why would someone try to stop you when you're just trying to help? Oh, because you're exposing things? Anyway, so I'm holding my son and we play a song, and he just starts screeching and yelling. I'm like, what? Imagine your son with something that used to make him smile, something that used to make him laugh, something that used to make him happy. And I'm literally holding him, and not only is he like trying to kick me and hit me, he's screeching. For those people who've watched horror movies before, that's the closest thing that I've ever seen to a possession. My son got possessed by something. And now that I understand, like when someone's shield hits 0, you know, we have a shield that protects us from the dark stuff. And when your energy, your health reaches essentially 0, not only are you now exposed to like sickness, illness, and if it keeps going, eventually death, but you actually are now open to being fully controlled by dark entities. So for many people, like when they drink or if they have already darkness inside them and they can get controlled. So if they do an action that you've never seen before, you're like, it's because they got controlled by the dark entity. So with everything that his dad and his mama were feeling, his barriers were lowered and they took him over. Like truly, like I would talk to him and he would just roll his eyes like this, and like he would try to unplug things and stop me from working, and I'm like, what are you doing? Like I tried to put reminders in front of him for things that he recognized, and he would just like slap them away and move them away. Like it was absolutely horrifying. That was the moment that changed everything, because I knew what I saw and what I experienced. That was the moment that destroyed all my old beliefs. That was the moment that made me realize that the world is not as people claim it is. And I decided in that moment, that second, that whatever was the thing that stole my son from me, basically murdered him and brought him back as something else, took him over, I swore that day that I would figure out what that was and destroy it. Not caring what it was, knowing that it was something higher, something invisible, something that I couldn't even fathom. And I swore that day that whatever that was, I would fucking eliminate it. And here we are. Now I figured it out. And it's going down. And it's going to be destroyed. It was that day that condemned the Dark One to his fucking end. They're going down. So anyway, enough about the personal stuff. The reason why I told you that story is because what I learned over my journey is that for most people, especially when we've as a society have deemed it impossible or that it's not true, that there's other things with us, to be able to communicate with them, to commune with the cosmos, let's call it like that. One second. All right, let's do this. So, thanks for getting that, by the way.
Of course.
Let's change up the vibe. So, communing with the cosmos. Essentially what it takes is that we need to face fear. We need to confront it. We need to defeat it. But essentially, I was completely broken. An event happened to me, and there was so much more, by the way, guys. Like, literally, that's not even 5% of everything that's happened to me, and significantly worse things after that happened. So, but we'll leave it at that. It's not about my story. I just wanted to give people what my triggering event was that completely opened my eyes to that, hey, wait, there is more to this world. So when you're in a point, let's talk about the story of the living failures. So this is a fictional story, but it gets the point across. So there's these humans, part of a scientific organization that have been trying to communicate with the gods for decades, centuries, and they've never been able to. Now, of course, the leader, a priest, claims that he can, but he can't. So that's why they have literally a private research lab where they do experiments on people. They test people to try to see who can, if they try different things, if one of them can finally commune with the cosmos, the gods, the Holy Spirit. And it never works. It never works. And these people, since they're trying drastic things on them, testing things, injecting them with things, they are deemed living failures because, well, since they were humans, the priest has some compassion to them. It's like, well, we should keep them. We should keep them alive. We should keep them alive. But it turns out that after a certain point, they're like, well, let's just put them like in a garden or something. They're basically monsters now. They don't have feelings. Maybe we should just kill them. Actually, if we kill them, we could get rid of, we don't have to feed them anymore. We don't have to host a bed or provide shelter, water. It could save us a lot of money and resources. You know what? Let's do that. Let's eliminate them. It's time for the living failures to be eliminated. So the executioner is assigned, and he approaches the living failures, and he starts attacking them. They start getting wounded. But right before he's literally about to murder all of them with his axe, they're all praying. They speak a new language and no one understands. And all of a sudden, a heavenly ball of energy falls upon the executioner and completely burns his axe and eliminates it. The executioner runs away, terrified. Them reaching a state of ultimate fear, of ultimate doubt, of just everything that they knew was gone. They didn't even know who they were anymore. They pray, they beg, they just completely get in tune with themselves. Like there was no more, like they had nothing left to lose. It was just like, we need help, please. And they got help. They finally figured out how to communicate with the cosmos. That was the secret. It was overcoming their fear and reaching ultimate fear, but fighting it and overcoming it. And then the help was answered. So that's essentially what happened to me. But the bigger thing that I want to point out from that story is that it's realizing you have to change your view. There has to be something that makes you be willing to consider that maybe what we know, what we've seen, what we've experienced is not the full story. I have a lot of pictures. I have a lot of videos that I could show people. And if you're interested, I would love to share them. If you are curious about things, and I'm going to, over in the coming days or weeks, and I have to figure out, there's still a lot of work to do, make a Discord and a community and start building it. And I'll share all of those pictures and videos with you and explain it to you. And literally I'll take people under my wing. I can't unfortunately do a lot of one-on-ones right now, just due to time constraints. I need to reach as many people as possible. I need to inject the radiant energy to the world. But There's a lot of proofs if you need it, but it's not about convincing people. Once you start going down this journey, it's not about convincing other people. If they're not open to it, it's just like Narnia. It's like, if you don't want to walk into this wardrobe and see that there's an entire world out there, then that's on you. Like, literally, you just walk into this wardrobe with me right now. They're like, you're weird. And I'm like, okay. And you walk in there and you just vanish. And then you come out like 2 days later and you're like, dude, where have you been? I'm like, you saw me enter the wardrobe. They're like, that's not possible. I'm like, why don't you do it? I'm like, I can't. No. You see, like, it doesn't matter if you literally proved it to them. If they still don't want to believe it, then they won't believe it. It's that simple. So spiritual awakening it's a beautiful journey. I highly recommend embracing incense and music. Those would be, if I know I really fight against rituals. I think that tools can be a deterrent. You know, for a lot of people, weed and marijuana can help the initial process, but after that, you actually move away from it. When I first started, that helped me like almost like replug my brain in when I was traumatized and had PTSD. But now I'm completely clean on it from everything. I've never had this much mental clarity. I've never had this much strength, this much power, this much wisdom, this much enlightenment. And you start actually your body, and you become connected to one to such a level where you just learn signs. So for example, I know exactly what my body shouldn't have. There's clear signs of aversion that, like, I'm getting signs as we're speaking right now that are helping me communicate. Like, it takes you to a truly next level. But I linked the song on the stream of my LinkedIn, but for some people who are interested, highly recommend, like, for an example song could be like The Lion King, He Lives in You, or Legend of Zelda, Ocarina of Time, Spirit Temple. It's just, there's a certain vibe to it that it's calming, it's relaxing. You could even see it in the effect on the animals. And find your songs that can get you to that state and just relax, get quiet, talk to them, write. I would recommend using almost like journaling, but write on a notebook. Take a pen, take a pencil, and just start writing. Be like, hey, and you know what? Name it. Be like, I'm trying this on the nudge from Star Diplomat. Are you out there? You want to start giving me some signs? What's your name? Can I call you my better half? And you know, you just start like that and see how you feel. Like I know I said that outside is dangerous, but be careful. But if you need to do like a quick walk out there and just listen to like the animals and stuff like that. But as you're going down the spiritual awakening journey, you literally get to a point where, since you're embracing love, every single animal and creature becomes your friend. So for example, like if I bump into a cockroach, I love them. We make peace. They can literally like be right next to my finger and they won't run away. Flies, they'll land on my hand and they'll wait right there. It's like, because they know they can sense your energy, you can sense theirs. Like, it's a whole different world. And I'll leave a lot of it for you to experience, to journey, to figure out for yourself. But I just wanted you to understand that it's not about ritual. So if someone tells you that you have to do these 8-9 exact things to communicate with them, nope. Straight up, nope. Now, if that works for them, sure, everyone's going to figure out their way, right? Because like I said, you're creating your own language with your spiritual side. So someone's like, well, I use a randomizer on Google and that's how we communicate. Maybe, but you see, like, they developed that. It didn't just happen. So as you understand yourself, like, hey, well, maybe you like whistling, so maybe you can start developing a way to communicate with them through whistling. But once people start telling you have to do these exact same things, run. That's not how it's done. This is a very personal thing, but you will start realizing it. Trust me. But the number one thing, the first step is what today is. Understand that you don't have to achieve that level, that state of fear to make it happen, but it is the easiest way. But just being open to it. If you believe anything that I said, just be open to it. Because if you're not open to it, it'll never happen. So let's talk about the law of one really quick. We're going to move a little faster here. So the law of one is where humanity's headed. Most people will know it from the raw consciousness, which is essentially an entity that communicated with humanity to pass on a lot of the same ideals and visions that I'm talking about today. That we all are connected in some shape or form. And for people who are trying to understand, there's a lot of text and rules and channelings, but essentially I'm communicating with Ra. Like, think of it like that, right? It's just names at this point. And they're going to complicate it, and it's going to be difficult to decipher. And I do highly recommend reading it and check out the subreddit Law of One. Check it out. There's some great content there that you can study and read the actual websites and read some of the original channelings. There's great stuff. But again, don't get too lost in it. Think of it like this. Every single thing that we do, we radiate energy. We're all connected. Almost like if we're like one hive mind. If you've watched The Last of Us, like, think about how all the zombies are connected. Like, if one hears something or sees something, like, they all like start moving. Like, think of it almost like that. But if you have a great day today, like if you live in an incredible way, like you woke up and you took care of yourself, you were nice, you were loving, you were helpful, you created peace, you had good impact, that is going to radiate out that energy. To what extent? We're still figuring it out. But even if it's just to your neighbors, let's say it's a small bubble. So now your two neighbors are going to be like, I don't know why, but I feel really good today. So I'm going to do, for the first time, I want to make my bed. I want to walk. I want to run with my dog. And maybe when you were running with the dog, now that energy was radiating it, right? You see, like, even if it's short, even if it's just like a small bubble, that's the power of the law of one. Think of it like that. We're all connected. We all impact each other in some shape or form. So would you really hurt yourself? Would you right now cut your cheek just because? So why would you cut someone else's cheek? That's like you cutting your own. Once you think about it like that, everything starts making sense. Don't get more into it for now. We're just laying the foundation so that you understand that literally, if we help others, we help ourselves. We're helping humanity. We're helping the world. We're literally helping Earth, Gaia, whatever you want to call it. Life. We're creating a new world, guys. But we need to do it together. Some terms that I think could help people as well. There's some great encouragement, and it might actually unlock something for you. Sometimes you just need to hear the right thing or see the right thing. So I would argue that the majority of people that are here on Earth could relate to a term called star seeds. We're related to the stars. We're connected to the stars. There's something more, right? And essentially view it as, that's just for your information to research, star seeds. But the gist of it is, each human, when they're born, if you believe in reincarnation, or the soul chose to be inside of you, and you were given a mission. Some mission to accomplish on this earth, whether it's to heal trauma, whether it's to help your family, whether it's to, like I said, maybe figure out how to get rid of the current currency and develop something new. Maybe it's to unite political parties. Maybe it's to do what I'm doing right now. Everyone has their mission, and no mission is greater than the other. They're all to serve for the grand design. Like, it's all connected, right? If everyone accomplishes their mission, we win. Like, world is going to be incredible. That's why we need to help each other. We're all helping each other accomplish our mission. And sometimes as we bump into each other, like right now, what I'm doing might be exactly what you need to get to the next level in your mission to achieve it. Do you see like how it's all connected? And now that we know that they are spiritual things helping, but also hurting us, think about that. They're trying to keep things on track. This gets deep. Now, just remember that it doesn't matter. Star seeds, if you start looking into that, a lot of them are basically viewed as almost like people that are above being bad. Like they're just really, really, really good-hearted people, kind, helpful, loving. Something to strive for, something to reach toward, like reach the heavens, reach the stars. And I think it puts off a lot of people because they're like, well, 3 months ago, I kind of like took advantage of someone. It doesn't mean that you can't be one or you aren't one. If the content and the messages and the topics are resonating with you, and it's just, you're looking for a community for people that are, first of all, not going to judge you for spirituality or having extra beliefs. It's just, you're looking for people that are going to push you, that encourage you to be better and to investigate. Don't get lost in it though. It's really easy to do so, but it's not about the mistakes that you've made. It's about what's happening today. Who are you today? From this point forward, from right now, literally right this second, everything that happened in the past, gone. It's over. Over. From here on out, what are you going to choose to do every second, every minute from here on out? Are you going to be good? Are you going to help? Are you going to love? Are you going to spread things? Or are you going to be problematic? Are you going to be dark? Are you going to be one of the Dark Lord's commanders and just exploit? Like, do you see how it works? It's very simple. From here on out, choose to do the right thing. Choose to build your arc. Choose to do this journey with me. Choose to finally understand what this world is. Explore spiritual awakening. Understand that there's more to the world than we thought, and see where it takes you. Believing. Okay. Alrighty, that was good. That was good. A little different than I thought it was going to be, but it was good. Let's talk about experiments. Okay, so we touched on spiritual awakening. We touched on, is life a game? We touched on many other things. But there's one area that I didn't focus on yet, and I saved it for last because I think it's actually the most disturbing one, but it's also the most inspiring one because it shows us that no matter what happens, we can fight back. We will fight back. We are fighting back. That's undeniable. And knowing that we could come back from anything, I don't know about you guys, but to me, that's extremely inspiring. Knowing that there's something so powerful controlling so many things, and not only are we still alive, not only are we still hanging on, not only are we still marching forward, but we are gaining momentum. We are gaining a crowd. We are starting a dance party. We have started a song of hope. We believe it's happening. Deliverance is happening. People are starting to cross the bridge. People are starting to open their eyes. People are starting to awaken. The world is changing before our eyes. Every second, every single day, we're progressing positively. We're trending in the right direction, more so than we've ever had before. This has been in the works for centuries. And now we, the humans that are alive in 2024, get to be part of this ridiculously amazing mission, this moment that's going to be defining in the history of mankind and Earth. If that's not inspiring, then, man, I want to talk to you, because tell me what's inspiring you, because you must be a legend, and we could use some legendary inspiration. Every single one of us. We got to share it. But experiments. Could life be an experiment? So think about it like this. There was, in another timeline, in the future, there was these scientists, and they were fighting against these alien races. Humanity had advanced drastically, and they're fighting against these aliens. And they had discovered a treasure, the Covenant of the Ark, and it could create new life. It could recreate things in the image and the vision of the creator, whatever it desired, whatever he or she wanted. And that's an immense power, right? Like, and with that kind of power comes great responsibility. But it was a tool, and it wasn't fully understood yet. But of course, the aliens and the humans were fighting over it, but the humans currently had it. So they were terrified about what could happen with such a tool, but they were worried more so that the aliens were going to take it and what they would do with it. So there was two lead scientists, a husband and wife. Let's just call it Scientist A and Scientist B. A is a boy, B is a girl. And Scientist B, she doesn't think, even though the aliens want it, she doesn't think it's worth it to try to run the experiment and recreate the world and see what's going to happen, because, well, we don't know everything about it yet, right? Like, this could actually end poorly. Like, what are the side effects? What are all this stuff like that? But they were still figuring it out. Scientist A just is like, screw it. He does it. He activates it. So what ends up happening when he activates this, the arc, the relic, whatever you want to call it, is that the world splits into two. So now there's two timelines, parallel timelines. They're happening at the same time. But it turns out that him and her, the both scientists, they actually are observing. They become the gods, the creators, the author of each world. So what they realize is that they can start presenting things to the people. They can choose what they're going to see, what they're going to experience, the events. They can start manipulating illusions and physical realities. But soon, Scientist A realizes, wait a minute, I can start doing this? This is amazing. So Scientist A is like power hungry. He realizes that now he can be adored, but he also realizes that to continue to do what he's doing, he can't keep creating if he doesn't get energy. He needs to consume energy to create. And I mean, think about it. If you had unlimited power in your fingertips, well, I mean, the majority of people could not handle it. So what they would end up doing is, well, they want to keep creating. They're like, now they get to see, like, oh, let me make a new race, a new animal, a new creature that's never been seen before. Let's make it a little bit of like a dolphin with some horns and who knows what else. Oh man, but I need more energy. So I need to start taking energy from things, from animals, from creatures. So you know what? I'm going to create cattle. Cattle are literally going to be just created so that we can slaughter them. We plump them up, we slaughter them, and then after they're slaughtered, then they're going to be fed to. Of course, we created humans in our image. You know, I'm Scientist A, and I want humans to look like me. What's more, flattering than people copying you, right? Imitation is the best form of flattery, they say. I don't fully think so, by the way, but that's what we tend to believe. So he literally designed things to drain their energy. But what he soon realizes is that actually, if they're afraid, he can drain more of their energy, like more of their energy is expelled. So he tries to create more inhumane conditions for like the cattle, terrify them right before their death. And he's just creating new tools and new situations to suck up all their energy. Then he realizes that humans are actually a prime target. But what he ends up realizing is that let me go back. The reason why they're a prime target is because they can regenerate their energy. He's like, ooh, so I need to find ways to keep them alive, keep them going, refuel them, and then just keep taking from them over and over and over and over again. That's their only use. They're just fuel for me so I can keep playing my game of writing my story and creating. That's it. That's what the way Scientist A thinks. And he decides that since he realizes he needs energy, that the best way to do so is to present signs that create fear, that create chaos, that create problems, that create struggles. That's how he can get the energy. He realizes that that's the fastest way to drain. It's not maybe the most efficient, but it's the fastest. He doesn't have to put on a lot of work because he did consider that there might be other ways to gain energy, like apparently like through love and helping and teaching. But he's like, oh man, it takes someone like 5 years to learn how to become like that? Nah, I can just scare someone right now. In a second, I can get all their energy and they'll recharge over time. It's fine. You see, like, he chose the fast path, the quick path. He chose to present them signs that they had fear, that scared them, that caused them problems. But what if one boy, a star boy, discovered through help that maybe that's how the game worked? So let's talk about the other side very quick before I go more into that. Scientist B. She had empathy. She had compassion. Remember, she didn't want to do this yet because she didn't understand, but now she was forced into this role. You know, she's essentially the goddess, and she cares. She loves her people, but she had to create her own as well. She did it out of duty, out of responsibility, not out of desire. This wasn't something that she wanted. This is something that she had to do because now she was responsible for a world, and she wanted to make it beautiful. Then she also caught on to like, ooh, I do need energy. And she could hear the whispers from her husband, from Scientist A. But she's like, oh, that's not the way. Like, it's almost like they could peek into each other's world, but they don't actually like get to live in each other's world. And she just wanted them to be happy. She wanted her creations to feel the love, to be united, to be at peace, to be creative. Because when they were thriving, when they were excited, when they had a victory, she smiled. It made her happy. When they believed, she believed that, you know what, maybe the experiment was actually a good idea. Recreating the world, you know, because they basically wanted to prevent the world from ending because the aliens were taking over. And she's like, well, this time we'll do it right. We're not gonna go down the dark path. Humanity's not gonna lose their way. We're not gonna get greedy. We're not gonna get arrogant. We're not gonna get completely consumed by technology. We're not gonna become enslaved. She's like, this time we'll do it right. You know, we're not going to go into the space and cosmos and live up there, and then we're not going to end up meeting the aliens that take over. It was a fresh start. It was an opportunity to do it right this time. A new world. And she realized that, well, what if I help them? What if I show them good signs? Yes, the energy drain or the energy regeneration is much slower, but we can survive like this. We can continue creating. My creation might be a little slower, but I can rely on the humans. I can rely on the animals. Everyone has a purpose. Everyone has a role, and they are actually becoming essentially demigods, sub-creators. They can help create a reality, and I don't have to do it all by myself. Imagine sharing such a power, such a responsibility with your creations. Some people would say that's foolish. Why would you give them access to such a thing? But what if they actually could have a different perspective, a different angle, and they could actually have the answer that you were missing, that you couldn't see, because they experienced things and they understood things, and because of their positive and negative and beautiful experiences, they learned things that taught you that you're like, wait, because you used to be human. This goddess used to be human, but now she's a goddess. And I mean, think about any one person having that experience. Like, imagine if you now became a god and you were responsible for creating everything. You have to base it off of everything you've learned. But what if you haven't experienced enough? What if you haven't learned enough? What if you don't have that good in you? You know, you could be tempted to go down this path of Scientist A, to choose the fast route, you know, the instant gratification, to create fear, to show bad signs. But just like in World A, she realizes that there was one boy, a star boy, who caught on to the machinations of what's going on. And he understood that there's signs being presented. He could see beyond the veil. It's like she didn't understand how this is possible. Just like Scientist A, it's like, how is this possible? They see me, basically. They see what's going on. They see the signs. They see that we're intentionally planting these things. How do they see through illusion? How do they know? How do they remember what happened? You know, it's like, think of it like you're playing a video game or you're watching a movie, and all of a sudden the character in the video game stops being controlled by your controller. It's like, hey there, I see you. You're like, whoa. Or in the movie that you're watching, all of a sudden they're like, okay, can you stop? Can you turn out this movie? Because I'm going to get hurt in the movie and I don't want to get hurt. That, like, they call it breaking the fourth wall, right? But imagine if that really happened. Now, Scientist A decides in his world, well, I'm going to punish him. I'm going to attack him. I'm going to cause him so many problems because this should never have happened. While the goddess, scientist B, she's like, wait a minute. This could actually be a beautiful opportunity, a forbidden friendship. What possibilities could we create here? So she starts showing more positive signs, and even more now, and starts working with him. This is where it gets interesting, though, in this hypothetical experiment example, that the worlds merge as the Star Boy figures it out. The timelines merge. So now the world becomes one. So now it's a new connected world. And that means that there's the best of both sides, also the worst of both sides. And it means that scientist A can now show bad signs as the dark creator, and scientist B can now show good signs as the light creator. They both need energy. They both want to achieve it for different reasons. And do you see, like, this was all to see how humanity would adapt, how humanity would evolve. Will we repeat our same mistakes? Will we end up collapsing yet again in society? Will we fail? Will we go down the dark path? Will we make the same mistakes? Will we repeat the same mistakes of our brethren? Will we end up in the same situation like the previous timeline, the cycle? Think of it as a cycle that repeats endlessly. And every time we get to the same point where it's like we discover this ancient treasure that could literally reset the world, and we can recreate it, and we can try one more time. And somehow we always end up in the same spot. We end up in a position where we have a tool that is so far beyond our imagination, so far beyond our capabilities and of understanding. And we always end up choosing the wrong choice. We always end up choosing instant gratification, greed, evil, harming each other, exploitation. When are we going to finally be like, this is the cycle? This time we break it. This time we catch on that there's something dark. This time we realize that if we keep doing the same things over and over again, keep just prioritizing ourselves, keep prioritizing money, things that just don't really matter, instead of improving the world, instead of creating a new world with hope and light, well, then we're destined to doom yet again. But think about it. Even though they might need energy to create more, they're still watching over us. Everything. They're studying us. They're hoping that this time we'll make better choices. Think about that. So let's get a little more grounded. I'm sure many of you have heard of the movie in the 80s, Secrets of Nim. There's something that I know I talked a little bit about starseeds, but there's a fun little thing there that they talk about sparkles. Ooh, a sparkly. And if you've ever played Dark Souls or many video games, a lot of the items and things that you can collect, they're shiny, they have lights. Humans as a species, or if you want to think that we're more than just human, we're drawn to sparkly things that resemble stars. Pay attention to that. It works on us. That's a guide. It's a guide. Think about that. Why would that be the case? Why would that be the case? There are no coincidences in this world. So pay attention to that. So, the Secrets of NIM standing for the National Institute of Mental Health. You know, for them, mental health is a game. It's just part of their life, right? They have experiments. They decide to experiment on rats to conduct unethical studies. So what if, trying to see like if they can like develop them, make them into something else, and just observe them, see how they evolve, the choices that they make. Because if you think about it, like if you're trying to create a better rat society, or see if they can teach us lessons and so we don't make the same mistakes, creating basically a test scenario. Let's just call it, like in this case, like They lived in the place, right? In a facility. And they observed them. And they put events in front of them and scenarios and see how they respond to them. What if Earth was a experiment facility? What if it's a school? What if we're learning right now? We're being in training and we are worried about all these problems, but actually they don't matter. And they're just observing us. They're just studying us. They're like, oh my gosh, like, okay, guys, don't ever repeat what you guys did to the Star Diplomat to anyone else. Look what we created. We cannot have a repeat of that. Now we learned our lesson. Okay. Oh my gosh. Now he's organizing a rebellion. Guys, what's happening? Guys, they're becoming self-aware. He's waking them up. What is happening? Guys, the experiment is breaking. The illusion is breaking. They're about to break free. So what happens if some rats escape? That gain power, that gain intelligence, that learn things that they weren't ever supposed to learn. You know, they evolve into a being that learns actually how to communicate with maybe their observers. You could say that they're communicating through dimensions, through time, through space, through love. What if they go back and they tell the other rats what they learned? What if they go back and they help the other rats escape? Or what if they just tell them, they're like, hey, by the way, do you guys know that you're a science experiment? And they're like, no, we're not. Why would you say that? We're so happy here. Why do you hate on our masters? I'm like, and they show them information. They somehow get through them. They finally get them to open their eyes, to awaken them. Do you really think that they're going to stay that way once they understand everything? No, a massive rebellion will occur. I know yesterday I talked about that. As long as we are doing an experiment, we can't make a mistake. So obviously think about if we are being experimented on by people above us or things above us or entities above us that are observing us, that are studying us. They can't make a mistake. But there's one exception to that rule. Because whatever happens, you're learning, right? So that's why it's not a mistake. It's progression. But what if there's a massive rebellion? What if there's a massive rebellion? There's no going back. We break free from their clutches, from their control. We're no longer stuck in their mental health institute, in their prison, and we're no longer trapped. Now we can do whatever we want. Well, that means that now we are the creators. Why are they the masters and we the slaves? It's time to flip it. But we don't want to enslave them. We would love to coexist with them. That's the difference between us and them, right? But I have a feeling that they're not going to go down or be willing to accept that. But we are more than willing to welcome them. So I guess I just want people to think about it like this. When you're not awake, you're worried about if I'm going to chop the vegetables correctly. You're worried about the technique. You're worried about, I didn't follow what the chef on YouTube told me to do. But now, once you wake up, all you care about is if it's chopped. It's going to come. I'm going to eat it anyway. It doesn't matter. I would say the secret, as you're embracing this spiritual awakening and you're contemplating all these theories and experiment stuff, and we're going to talk a little bit more about the experiment stuff here shortly, but find a way to fall in love daily. Re-embrace it every single day with your spirit connection. It's something beautiful. Imagine falling in love every single day. That's one of the perks of it. It's beautiful. Some quick hard facts that for protection, just because I wrote them down just to shake things up, is keep your phone off as much as possible, guys, while you're doing this journey. There's a lot we still don't understand about phones, but there's so much indoctrination and manipulation and brainwashing that they can do through them, just even notifications alone. So use them for a specific purpose. So if you turn them on and you're researching something and you don't have access to the computer, that's okay, but keep it brief. Or if you're using it to play music, like on a walk or something, fair. But stay away from your apps. Use your computer more if you need to. and short bursts. See how you feel. See how you feel. And if you feel better and if you're more engaged, keep going. Okay. Some infiltration. Home stretch. So there's a few experiment stories that I think add to the credence and the validity of this theory. But one of them is something that I think we can all relate to, something personal. Think of your grandma or your great grandma. And she had her special recipe. It's absolutely delicious. Maybe it was a soup, maybe it was a dessert, chocolate cake, maybe it was a pork roast. And grandma taught your mom. She taught your mom that recipe. And for some reason, grandma always cut the ends of the pork roast when she made it. And that's how your mom learned it. And she marinated it and she put a certain sauce and seasoned it a certain way. And that's exactly how your mom did it. And your mom taught you how to make this pork roast. And you made it exactly the same way because you love it. It reminds you of your grandma. It's just full with love. It's amazing. But one day, maybe your spouse asks you, or your sibling, someone like that, asks you, hey, why do you cut off the ends, the tips of the pork roast? And you're like, to be honest, I don't really know. I learned the recipe from my mom. And I believe she learned it from grandma. So you ask your mom, like, hey, why do we cut the tips and the ends of the pork roast? And your mom's like, oh, well, and let's say grandma's still alive in this example. Oh, I don't know. It's just, that's how grandma always made it. You're like, okay. So you go to grandma and you ask her, hey, grandma, why do you cut the ends and the tips of the pork roast? Grandma laughs like, what? Oh, well, do you remember the house that I used to live in? You're like, yeah. Well, we had a really small oven. It couldn't fit. It couldn't fit. Yet, I am now preparing it, cooking it, and baking it by cutting the ends, even though I have an oven that it can fit. Do you guys see how this works? We just start following along, not questioning why. Just that's the way it's always been done. It's fascinating. Here's another one. The monkey experiment. I know it's claimed to be hypothetical, but I think it gets the point across. I think that you put 5 monkeys in a room, and if a monkey, there's a ladder and there's a banana on top of the ladder. If they climb the ladder and they reach the banana, or they're trying to climb the ladder to reach the banana, they get doused with water. And maybe let's just spicing it up a little bit. They even get electrocuted. But all the other monkeys get punished as well for that. So now they're like, oh no, this is not good. So now a new monkey is introduced. And this monkey does it, but all the other monkeys are like, oh no. So they beat up this monkey. They try to stop him from climbing up the ladder because they don't want to get wet and they don't want to get electrocuted. Now the monkey's like, oh man. So another new monkey is introduced. And I want to point out something. So now as the second new monkey is introduced, and the first new monkey that was introduced never saw the electrocution or the water. He just got beat up. He's like, oh my gosh, I don't know why they beat me up. I just wanted to get the banana. Right? So he never experienced the bad event, but he got beat up trying it. It's like if all of a sudden I say, don't go outside right now, there's a lot of dangerous, bad signs that you can be exposed to, and you do it anyway. All right? And something bad happens. But then your friend tries to do it, and they're like, don't do it. And you just beat them up. And they're like, I don't know why you beat me up. Like, I just was going to go outside. Like, don't do it. It's bad. You're like, fine. But then someone new comes, like maybe your sister, and she's about to do it. And you got beat up without seeing the bad thing. Now you're going to beat up your sister to stop her from going outside. That's what the first new monkey did to the second new monkey. He joined in and beating him up. He joined in with the crowd without ever getting electrocuted or wet. Just because they beat him up, he now does the same thing to the new guy. And the third one, same thing. And they realize that essentially humans, monkeys, whatever, we don't even need to see. We don't even experience it. We are willing to believe what other people say, what other people do. If everyone's doing it, they must know something that I don't know. Think about that. We're willing to beat up someone and hurt someone or tell someone that they're wrong just because everyone else is saying that. You guys understand how dangerous that is? You're telling me that the Dark One who designed this version of the game and the people that it had put in place to fabricate and control things don't know this? If you have access to this information, they have access to this information. So let's talk about one more experiment, which is the experiment of Universe 25. And basically, if you put rats in some ideal living environments and non-ideal living environments, how would they behave? And if you could create something what we call a behavioral sync, which is essentially, can you change their behavior and who they are and what they do by changing like their environment, changing if they have stimuli or how many people they're around, their influences. It's a fascinating thing to think about, right? So imagine that in the first example, there's a group of rats that there's 4 blocks and they're connected, but it's a straight line. Like there's a tube connecting 1 to 4. But you can't go from 1 to 4. You can't go from 2 to 4. You have to go through each block. So what ends up happening is that since there's so many rats that are all living there, and they live well, but the majority of them end up living in number 2 and 3, right? Because it's the middle point. It's the meeting point. And what ends up happening is what we call overcrowding, right? And when there's too many people in one spot, could bad behavior start happening? What they noticed was yes. They started doing weird things because they grew reliant and accustomed to having so many people around them. They started doing things as a group, which isn't necessarily bad, like, hey, we're eating together, maybe we're sleeping together, but all of a sudden their other activities changed, right? They became violent, the way they had sex changed, like some of them felt weird doing it in front of others, maybe some of them became more like, almost like showmanship. It was just, everything changed because there was people now present. It completely changed their behavior. It just, essentially, if they were by themselves, they behaved differently than if they were around other people or other rats. So you have to ask yourself, like, to the other results of the experiment were essentially that they no longer were courting, they no longer were finding mates as much, they no longer were building homes the way they used to. The females were not taking care of the young as much. The roles were being interrupted, and that doesn't necessarily mean it's always bad, right? Like change is fine, but the point being is that you could literally create and fabricate a scenario where if you can get people congregated together, overcrowding, or if they're now exposed to too many things or too many stimuli, like people are always like connected in a way that they're being judged or they're being seen, that their behavior can change. So I ask you, does that sound familiar? What if someone caught on? What if a tech company caught on? What if the dark one realized, well, hey, or like we're talking about, like, what if we are part of an experiment? What if Earth is literally an experiment? They're like, guys, okay, during COVID, we got to see a little bit of isolationism with fear. Now, let's get them super connected. They're all going to be connected to like AI and social media and phones. Let's see what happens. Wait, aren't guys struggling to like date now and like get with girls because of dating apps? Hasn't population changed? Like infant mortality rate, according to these, the study went up drastically. So children had issues. So the point of this first experiment example is that don't focus so much on all the details. Just focus on the underlying lessons. Like if someone learns that we can control and nudge humans, for example, in certain ways, if we can change like their environment, their population, or stimuli, couldn't we then encourage them to do these bad things with the evil nudges, the spirits? You see what I mean? Like we can literally get them to, hey, let's push them all together. Let's get them to all attend this concert and say that this celebrity, this singer is the one to go to. And now we can start influencing their behavior, influencers and things. You see, like we got to pay attention to these things, guys. There was a counter version of this experiment that's called Universe 25. And this was more like creating a dream world where they were better connected. It wasn't just like one tube, like everyone was interconnected. And it did improve things in some ways, but because there was no predators, everything was like a dream. But according to the study, they didn't give them enough stimuli. They didn't give them enough reasons to improve, to achieve creativity, to pursue, even though it was all perfection and promised land. Where they went wrong was that they didn't actually give them a reason to improve the world, improve their surroundings, to create something new, to figure something out. And that's the key, right? That's why this new world that we're building, that is being created right now, that's the key difference, is that we're building a world that everyone needs to do that. Everyone needs to focus on their role and their mission to help each other, but improve the world. But in this experiment with the rats, it created issues with like dominant males and lesser males, like struggling to fit in and getting mates, and women becoming more aggressive, and the rules changing. And again, like the point is, it didn't work. So what is the answer? The answer is isolation. The answer, especially right now that we're figuring things out, that we've realized how the world is operating, it's isolation. Now, that doesn't mean that you never see someone again, you never talk to other people again. But coming from someone who used to be extremely social, who partied way too much, who talked to way too many people, just lose all your time. You start behaving in ways that actually don't align with you. You start forgetting who you are because you're just getting constantly nudged left and right, left and right, left and right. Now knowing that the dark and light can use other people to influence you. When you have to get quiet, you have to get away from the noise. And how do you do that? You do it isolation, and then you can slowly bring in the things that actually matter and what are important and what can be good nudging versus bad. So if we all decide to stay at home, we create our paradise, our castle, and we only let a few select things in, but we still are connected through the internet, through the stars, right? We can communicate at the correct time. It's calculated outings, like, hey, maybe we go see my cousin's new baby, but we're not doing it every weekend. We do it once every few months or something like that. And we can also socialize virtually, but every so often we can do it in person, but it's calculated. When we do go, we're protected. We know what we're getting into. People are primarily light, so we're not endangered anymore of creating massive drama and problems. Here's the truth. It's just, as you get quiet, you realize what actually matters. And once you are spiritually awoken, you're never alone. They're always communicating with you. You have your pets. If you have a family, like you realize what actually matters is that. And then every so often we can communicate with other friends and stuff. But humans, you don't actually need that much socialization, and we can communicate like this. I'm talking to everyone right now, and like all of you are my friends, and I am going to build a community on Discord and LinkedIn and YouTube and Twitch and all those things like that, and where people feel safe to talk about these things. And we're going to get there. But when you have minimal social things, or basically when you have minimal distractions taking away all your time, you realize that you can actually just work on yourself, and then you can start just learning, and you start teaching, and then you embrace passion, you embrace fun, you start doing more things that you enjoy rather than doing things what other people enjoy. Because I don't know why, but maybe we need to run another rat experiment, guys. You guys want to run another experiment and figure out why we are like this? For some reason, we tend to give up our needs and our passions for other people. Now there are exceptions. There are a lot of dark people out there that have been completely manipulated, that just only care about themselves. But I don't know, like, that's something that a lot of people struggle with. And you just literally, like, you would say that I've barely interacted with people extendedly, and yet I could interact with any of you. If I go outside right now and bump into someone, I could have a 2-hour conversation with them just fine. So everyone who argues that then you become socially retarded and inept and you can't do so, I disagree. If you're actually learning, if you're actually continuously improving your education, your understanding of the world and of yourself, then what's the problem? What if we were been baited to believe that it won't work? You won't be normal if you do this. What if COVID was basically a test run to see how it would work, but we messed up because it happened due to fear, it happened due to a scary virus? But this time, well, there is a scary monster out there, but it doesn't have to be it's scary once we understand, if we heal and if we protect ourselves. There's a reason for us to stay inside. We don't get as many dark nudges. We don't get as many things influencing our head without us deciding to do so. So I don't know. It's not about so much who we spend our time with. If we have minimal socialization, we protect our time. We protect our energy, we protect our influences, our nudges. We get to decide what to do with our time. So imagine now you're spending all your time learning, growing, helping, embracing passion, trying to figure out how to improve the world, rather than just being a slave for a company or just going out to drink with your friends every weekend and lowering your shield. You become healthier. Truly, you become healthier. You embrace helping others. And if you're primarily just involved in a spiritual awakening, like truly, it's a path toward enlightenment. You just love. The best way I would put it is like this. You become a lone wolf. A lone wolf that loves. A helping lone wolf. We are one, but we're all connected, even if we're separated by the stars, but we become helping lone wolves. All right, last stretch, and then let's finish up for the night. So some quick bursts of progression for all of you guys. And we'll touch more about this. I think we're good. This will be a great introduction for tomorrow. This is awesome. Guys, for anyone who joined in today and watched and observed, I appreciate you. I know I don't really look at comments, and that's intentional. It's just, you need to reach a state of flow. And every single person, every single message, every single text, every single sound, every single thing can literally interrupt that state. Now, once you get strong, once you get good and you have great connection, it's not so easy to get broken out of it. But why risk it? Why risk it right now? I'm not doing this for the glory. I do want to build a community, but it's not about that. And knowing that currently I'm a person of interest for some entities, it's just, you have to be aware of your situation and the reality. So just remember, guys, do it because we're creating a new world. You're one. Love you guys. Peace. Alrighty. Good to know. Let's go. This is what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. This is what